Your host, Cale McCullough, and in today's top story, three were arrested for toppling and vandalizing a Portland war memorial as protesters graffiti businesses with racist and anti-Thanksgiving messages. I live in Eugene, Oregon. These people have been doing this BS anti-racist Black Lives Matter Antifa Nazi or Blamin rioting for really long, and I'm terribly sick of it. These people, these protests, they don't stay in downtown Portland. They come right to my face in Eugene, Oregon. They're saying this is about racism. No, this is BS. Hold on. So I'm really confused what us immigrating to America, where there was like hardly anyone living here. They didn't have a government. Governments didn't exist to American Indians. There's nothing about discrimination or being, oh, what is that other thing? It's not aggressive. It's shoot. Antagonistic, right? So they moved to the New World. The people were Christians, so a large percentage of them got along with the American Indians. And then, of course, there were some conflicts, but, you know, wars aren't racism, right? Two groups of people who immigrated into the same area and then they had a conflict with each other. That's not racism. That's not antagonism towards the other group. You want to know what is antagonism? When you're constantly spewing out anti-racist garbage, targeting people for hate, trying to get them fired from work, destroying their lives because you're trying to say they're sexist, racist, xenophobic. That's called antagonizing people. That's called targeting people for harassment. That's called bullying. These anti-racist people are the scum of the earth. They keep saying, oh no, we're better than the racist people. We're better than the racist people. All right, so who owned slaves? Democrats. Democrats owned slaves. Who started the KKK? Democrats. Democrats started the KKK. So who the hell is racist? Well, I don't know, because I've never really experienced real racism in my life. Along with almost every other black person in the country. No, they'll say it. They're like, dude, no, man, I've experienced racism. And you're like, all right, so how did you experience racism? I'll be like, oh, well, my cousin or my uncle, something racist happened to him. The white dude didn't like him or something, didn't give him the job. He was racist. This is what these idiots are trying to say racism is I didn't get the job because I had cornrows. I looked like a gangbanger. I had my pants down past my ass. Like, dude, nobody's going to hire you for a good job if you got your pants sagging down past your ass. No shit, Sherlock. But I guess when you're privileged as fuck and you don't live in a poor country like Africa, everything's racism when you don't get your way, and you can get your way when you just cry racism like a wolf. So what do these people do here in this monument? What was this monument for? Memorial in Lone Fir Cemetery was vandalized overnight in Portland, police say. You know, the report I saw from the Post-Millennial said it was in the morning, like in the early morning. I don't know. We're splitting hairs on definitions there. Was it morning? I don't know. 4 a.m., 3 a.m. I don't know. A statue on top of the memorial was also toppled and spray painted with red paint. At least 10 other businesses were vandalized overnight, according to the police. The words F Thanksgiving and decolonize and colonizers were written on them. All right, so let me get this straight. So the people that want to prevent us from enforcing our immigration laws, the ones that want to ensure that we continue to bring in over 1 million immigrants per year, when only 111,000 Americans are moving out of the U.S. each year. These people are saying that we need to decolonize and that we're the colonizers. Wait a minute. What about the Latinos that have been mass migrating in here? The 27% of California that wasn't born in America? Or how about the 20 illegal immigrants for every homeless person on the street? Or how about the 4 in 5 border crossers that jump the border and come colonize our country? What about those people? Are they colonizers? Oh, no. No, they're brown skin. No, that means that they have more of a right to be here than we do. It's like, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Beep. Back up. Beep, 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 beep. Back up. Wait a minute. What the hell is the goddamn difference in between going across an ocean on a boat and walking across a land bridge because he ain't got no wheels? What the hell's the goddamn difference? Both ways you immigrated across. You're like, oh, well, it's okay if the South Americans come up here. Why? Oh, well, there's a land bridge that connects it, right? So that makes it so that they have more of a right to be in the United States than we do because we're white and we're the colonizers. And that means that we're bad. So we have to get rid of us because of prejudice against white people. Is it the white women? Well, let's look down. Let's peek at who these people are. Hopefully the pictures show up. Are the pictures going to show up? Oh, shoot. Well, okay, so here's one of the people. Can we get a... Yeah, that's a... I can't zoom out. I can't pinch and zoom out. So here's one of the people. It's a white woman. And then, let me see if I can reload this page. We got to go with it. Got to open it up in Firefox. That'll probably work, right? Here, let me pull out my Facebook page. I got more pictures of these people. Sorry, had to avoid not doxing my friend. Well, not releasing, showing you who's on my friends list, because I appreciate their privacy. Anybody who's still left being a friend with me, because most of the lefties have blocked me. So here's the pictures that I saved. Here they spray painted. You don't give an F about black people. Well, first off, black people don't give an F about me. If they don't give an F about me, why on earth would you expect me to give an F about them? Oh, because that's racist. Why? Because I'm a white male. So that's prejudiced. That's prejudiced. That's anti-white racism right there. They're hypocrites, dude. Here's the
another picture. I think we saw a picture of that woman here just a moment ago. There's a picture of the statue. It says stolen land back. So let me get this straight. If I went up to a Latino and I told them, you're stealing our land, you need to give our land back, what are these people going to say? What do you think I'm going to say to them? Shut the F up. For real.
I just can't stand these little shitbags, dude. They're total shitbags. Absolute. And you know, I have been getting trolled almost all day because I posted the story up on the internet about why I don't hate racist people. And it's because my grandmother was racist. I don't know how racist. I don't know how. I just heard through one of my relatives that she used to be racist, like maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago or something. And I disowned my grandmother because I was an anti-racist piece of shit. And then my grandmother died. And when she died, she was really alone and she was afraid. And I know that I did that to her from disowning her. And I feel horrible about that. I do. I feel horrible about that. Because the burden that it placed on my family was great. It was a great burden to my family. And these people, they just don't really see what they're doing at all. They just think, oh no, I'm being a good person. It makes you just a good person to be an absolute jerk to a racist. Like, okay. Well, what kind of a racist are they? Is it an Asian that doesn't like other Asians? Or is it an African who doesn't like other Africans? Because they're tribal over there. They're into tribalism over there and they kill each other. Or is it a Muslim that doesn't like another type of Muslim, like an Arab that doesn't like an African Muslim? No. Racism is only white people because they're the dominant class of people and they're discriminating against the minority. You know, you just want to reach out and smack them upside the head because this is so frustrating that we have to constantly deal with this. It's like you would think that racism is the biggest problem in the entire world, wouldn't you? Based on all the riots that these people have had. And then I dare you, go ask a black person, have you ever been discriminated against? And then ask them exactly what it was. How was it? And what they're going to do is they're going to say, this guy didn't give me the job, or this guy, he said he didn't like me, or, and then possibly one of them might say, somebody called me the N-word. And that's probably about the worst thing that you're going to hear from just about anybody. But guess what? Black people call themselves the N-word. Guess what? I've been discriminated against, and I'm a white male. No shit. That's because everybody gets discriminated against, dude. Because it's reality. Where not everybody likes you. And if you do want them to like you, you gotta be nice to them. And not just go on and be like, you're a racist piece of shit. How the hell do you think the conversation is going to end? When you go up to some dude you just hardly know and you're like, you're a racist piece of shit. And you're like, what? Because you didn't give me a job, or you didn't give me you didn't treat me the exact same as your best friend. It's like, I don't even know you, dude. I live in Oregon where there's like 1% black people. These people out here toppling these statues, like there's hardly any black people to even discriminate against. And the ones who are here, have a very high crime problem in Portland, Oregon. My stomping grounds were Portland, Oregon for a long time when I went to Portland State University for engineering school. I used to have to walk through the ghetto to go back to the Union Station all the time. I'd have to walk by these really sketchy groups of African Americans that were smoking crack. They were pimping prostitutes. They were obviously gangbangers. You walk around Portland, Oregon, you're not going to find gangbangers anywhere else but down by the Union Station. Well, hold on, you might find them somewhere else, but in mass numbers. And out where the hookers are in like 82nd Street, where it's going out to the airport, because that's where the hookers get their money at. That's where you're going to find these people at. And almost always they're black. And the ones that hang around them are super sketchy if they're not black. And the crime rate is the African Americans have a 3 times higher crime rate. I don't know what planet these people live on. If your crime rate is through the roof, people are going to discriminate against you. It does not take a genius to realize that. But they're like, no, you're racist. You just brought up the crime rate. Why? Why did I bring up the crime rate? Anybody watching the show know why I am so upset about the black crime rate? It's because I've almost been murdered by black people a number of times, and my sister. I've had 2 home invasion robberies with black people at my house. I live in Oregon where there's 1% black people. There's hardly any black people here at all. I've had 2 home invasion robberies from these people. I've almost been killed in one of them, and my sister was almost killed in the other. And then I was also held hostage by a serial killing gangbanger from Atlanta. This guy had murdered 6 people. I accidentally dialed the wrong number trying to call my homegirl. Ended up calling a serial killer. He's like, man, come down party. I got all these bitches, dude. Girl's gonna suck your dick. You got any weed, man? You know, I'm like, yeah, I got some weed, dog. I'm like, you'll go down in there. Met up. He's like, went to meet up with me. And then he got pulled over because he was driving drunk. And then he called me. He's like, I got a DUI, man. So I went down to meet up with him. And then like got there and we popped some mollies. And then this dude starts thinking I robbed him. He said I took $100 from him. So he pulls out a freaking AK-47 assault rifle. Puts me in a fucking closet. I'm in the closet. I'm trying to claw my way out of a metal RV closet. And hearing this dude outside yelling with this pregnant chick, he pulls open the door. Most terrifying experience of my entire life. Bar none. Nothing is as terrifying as the feeling of a serial killer opening the door with the AK-47 assault rifle, telling you he's going to kill you. That's how these black people act. They do act like that. I've watched it. Every single time I'm in Eugene, I see some hip-hop looking black dude around a group of people that do drugs. Dude's a gangbanger. He's a fucking robber. I've known multiple black people who's killed people. They do that. And they're like, no, you're racist. You're being prejudiced. No, I'm not being prejudiced because I've almost been murdered. What else did they do? The police arrested Chester Heather, 24, Nicole Noriega, 38, Bailey Hayek, 23. Did I show those pictures?
Let's look at these people again. I'm not sure because I kind of... There's one. Here's the one sketchy looking black dude. I love black people. Oops. Sorry. Try to keep my friends private, but it doesn't really matter that much. I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of dealing with these people. I'm tired of hearing about anti-racism. I'm tired of people trolling me on the internet. When people troll you on the internet, it has significant psychological consequences. You can't just like continue to just badger people on and on and on relentlessly. This has been going on for years, man. Years, man. There's only so much of this bullshit I can take before I completely flip a fucking wig on you, bro. I'm going to flip a wig on you if you try to pull some anti-racist shit on me. Because I'm so sick of these bullies. They're bullies. And it's because they're like, no, if you're a racist, you're just a bad person. Like, really? Really? So if you, Asian who doesn't like other Asians is just a bad person, right? Chinese that doesn't like an American is just a bad person. Oh, no, they're not white. It's totally okay if Chinese don't like Americans, don't like Europeans because they're white, because they're colonizers, because they're the dominant class of people, and this is the oppressed class of people. And I've been brainwashed. Just shut up. If you like this content, don't forget, smash that like button. Start a flame war in the comments down below. Tell me how much I suck, or tell me how much I'm awesome. And don't forget to share this video on social media. RSS Commentary is an open source news organization. You can find us on GitHub at github.com/RSS commentary/Cale McCullough. And if you want to get to the issue ticket where you can find what I'm going to do is we'll eventually have the links posted up here for all the different articles. And if you find any sort of factual errors, you can report them down below. What was that article? I was supposed to do this before. I'm so sorry. I'm going to call it foo because I am a nerd. So what you would do is at the bottom, if you're going to make a reference to the article, that one's Article 1. So you would just put a 1 here and then put in any sort of fact check information into the comments. If you're unfamiliar with GitHub, it's awesome. It's super nerdy. They give you free file storage. They also give you free web hosting. I'm not shilling. I just love their service. I use it all the time. I have so many websites hosted there for free. And we're going to be having a free RSS news reader that you'll be able to plug into your website to provide you something similar to the Tatum report, how they're doing it. Sorry, Officer Tatum. It's got to be open source. You ain't getting no monopoly on that market. I think he's doing a good job. I like Officer Tatum. Honestly, he does. He puts a good face on the cops. Really, he does. I think. In this next article from the Gateway, hold on, wait a minute. I got to chop these videos up. I messed it up. In this next article, wait, I did it again. Oops. It doesn't record right away. You got to click record and then wait a second. In this next article from Gateway Pundit, huge exclamation point in all caps, Sidney Powell, witness whom New York Times describes as, quote, always the smartest person in the room, end quote, concludes that hundreds of thousands of votes transferred from Trump to Biden in all battleground states. Ooh, Gateway Pundit turns out to be correct more often than not. They have access to stuff. They're in DC, and they have a network. And if you, I don't know. If you look up their thing on NewsGuard, I think they've got some strikes on their thing. But Tim Pool definitely says that, I've heard him say that those strikes were kind of BS. That it turned out that it was true. That NewsGuard was actually right. NewsGuard's pretty leftist. You can't really trust. If you're a leftist source, you've completely blown your legitimacy because you're a political hack. You're a leftist political hack, dude. You can't be trusted. So that's why you probably shouldn't be a political hack. I am not a political hack because my default stance is just no, it's not true. I'm a skeptic. I'm not going to believe you unless you show me evidence. But I am going to entertain you until I figure out that it's bunk. Reading on in the article, a cybercrimes expert, Dr. Navid Kashavars Nia? Let me pronounce that name. Dr. Navid Kashavars Nia may be the one to save the election for, they said, the king of memes here. No, it's for the people of America. If this is true, we're the ones that are getting disenfranchised as voters. Dr. Keshav Nia is not a stranger to the mainstream media. In fact, the New York Times published a glowing report that Dr. Navid Keshav woo, that's hard to say. Keshav way back in September, writing that, quote, Navid Keshav those who worked with him always said he was always the smartest person in the room. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's not a complete wingnut. I'm a software and computer engineer. I wrote the world's fastest number printing algorithm. That's my only real big thing that I can brag about, other than, some minor, like I got some cool artificial intelligence stuff that can do some memory augmentation. But sometimes I'll mess up and I'll say something bozo. I mean, a lot of people will say that I'm the smartest person in the room too, but nope. Nope. I'm smart enough to know that other people are way smarter than me. But let's see what they said. In his statement to Sidney Powell, Dr. Keshav Nia concludes that the election data in all battleground states were altered, resulting in hundreds of thousands of votes transferred to Joe Biden. Here's the statement in what looks like a court document, and it's bullet point 17. It says, I conclude with the high confidence that the election 2020 data were altered in the battleground states, resulting in hundreds of thousands of votes that were cast for President Trump to be transferred to Vice President Biden. I'm not sure why they call them still vice president after they leave. I mean, isn't it former vice president? But I think they still just say President Reagan, President Carter, President Bush. Kind of silly, but whatever. The alterations were the result of systemic and widespread exploitable vulnerabilities in DVS, SCYTL/SOE software and Smartmatic systems that enabled operators to achieve the desired results. In my view, the evidence is overwhelmingly incontrovertible. When was this published? This was today. I was just making sure. I'm like, is this old? So they signed this on the 25th of November. There's his Dr. Keshavarz Nia? I think I got it. Keshavarz Nia, PhD. So obviously, if he's a doctor, he's pretty smart. It's going to be, pretty smart. I've met some kooky doctors, to be quite honest. Some of them got some straight up bizarre theories, and a lot of them are often dogmatic. They believe, okay, so the way that it works, in order to actually get up to the I'm not quite to a doctor level. I've kind of, dotted up between bachelor's and master's. In some places I've excelled, not a doctor. But I know enough of them to know how they work up. They have a power structure, And in that power structure, they utilize the 48 laws of power. If you haven't read it, it's a wonderful book by Robert Greene. Some people say that it's manipulative or something because the power rules are like can help you manipulate people. But the reality of the world is that people use these rules against you, and they will manipulate you. So if you don't know what these rules are, then you are going to get manipulated. So it's better that you know of them than to not, because you will see that the people in the workplace will abuse these rules. They have these petty vindictive masters in the workplace. And what it is the people have put all of their life into studying the subject. They're a master, and their identity is based around that mastery. And so if you cross the master, they are very petty and vindictive. They will get rid of you. You do not cross the master. You do everything that the master says, even if it's being petty, even if it's silly, because it's a thing where it's like you got to get to the end. If you can't get through the program and learn all the steps, you're not going to be a doctor. You're not going to be a master. You're not going to be able to succeed. So people are very dogmatic in the tech industry, and they get very angry if you go against the grain. And I know this because I invented an alternate theory of gravity it's based on Einstein's theory of gravity. It's called the theory of thermal relativity. It states that the geometric space in the universe is associated with the periodic table of the elements. That mass is the inverse of space. And that's because when the atoms are moving around out in space, they have energy and they spin out both ways. And then you got a bunch of atoms, and then there's space out here and it's moving out here. And then once they start to like the slow down because they're hitting things, then eventually they'll be into a ball. And then on the outside of the ball, there's more space than on the inside of the ball. And then this creates a gravity as we know it. And it so this theory is I don't have any evidence for this. So, but it is very sound. But from stating my theory to a lot of doctors, they just are very, 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 very against the theory of thermal relativity. They're like, you don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing that can be true about this. And then there's research that's actually proving that this actually is true. It's actually related to the phonons that move inside of the atoms, and they're pushing against each other with some spin, and because there's more spin on one side than the other, it causes them to move in one direction. So oftentimes, even when the original theory of gravity came out, people were very much so against it. They thought, no, God created all of this. There's no other thing. And then they wanted to take out a lot of the people who created a lot of the modern science that we know today. So let's get into it. I'm sorry, I went off on a tangent there. So Press California reported, as it turns out, attorney Sidney Powell has plenty of firepower to back up her Kraken claims about the 2020 possibly fraudulent presidential election, including high-tech intelligence experts who concluded the electronic ballot theft tipped the results in key ballot states. First and foremost, Dr. Navid Kashavarasnia is an experienced cybercrime investigator, digital security executive who's worked with the CIA, NSA, FBI, U.S. military, counterintelligence, as well as corporate financial giants such as Deutsche Bank and Stripe. So the judge is nowhere near as qualified as this guy. Judge would look at this information and they would have no idea how to do the science. I've spent enough time in courtrooms that I know how this would go. They would bring in the expert witness. They would ask them a few questions. Both parties would have access to asking questions, and then the judge is basically going to determine whether or not he's going to take the word of this expert, because the expert testimony is just that. It's strong evidence. It's not weak evidence. So this guy's testimony in a courtroom would be considered strong evidence because his knowledge of the security of these Dominion systems voting machines would be vastly superior to that of the judges. In an affidavit filed with Powell's complaint in Georgia court before midnight Wednesday, Keshavarz-Nia had this bombshell assessment. Hundreds of thousands of votes. Wow. I mean, we've always known these voting machines were bad. We've been talking about how bad these voting machines were probably since George W. Bush was elected. We've always known these voting machines were really bad. I'm utterly shocked they actually allow this to happen, because there's the thing called the 26th Amendment, and let's look up the 26th Amendment real quick. What does it say? It says the right of citizens in the United States who are 18 years of age or older to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of age. Oh, shoot. Never mind. Damn. Okay, so never mind. I got to retract that. I misread that one. Damn. These altercations, he added, resulted from widespread vulnerabilities in voting software and systems that allowed man-in-the-middle cyber attacks by covert operators. Now, no election machine should ever be hooked up to the internet, dude. As a software and computer engineer, I know how vulnerable these systems are. You might think it's secure right now, but the reality is that somebody might find an exploit through both having access to the machine, that they can execute this man-in-the-middle attack through various techniques, such as manipulating the chips on the voting machine, or having access to the model numbers of the chips that are on the machine. Chances are good the mainstream media on cue will launch an assault on the credibility of Keshavarz-Nia, who currently lives in Temecula, California, in the Democrat shithole state, where they have 27% of the population was born in another country. I mean, this is like a parallel universe, dude. These people, it's like the Mexicans took over California because they got like a massive dope smuggling network, and then the Democrats are so corrupt that they basically want the Latinos to take over because they think white people are racist, and they don't think that we should control this land because we're colonizers and we stole the land from the American Indians. So they think that the Mexicans should take the land. This doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, because like in what percent of LA is from Mexico? It's like a third of LA. It's like some number of hundreds of thousands of people are from Mexico. And then they're a sanctuary state. And they got these huge skyscrapers, and we call them ivory towers because Democrats owned slaves. So they started the KKK, and they had a really corrupt, racist power structure. And so the ivory tower is because ivory tower is just like a brutal, savage thing. And so they got the ivory towers, and then you got 20 illegal immigrants for every homeless person. And you got homeless people banging cartel dope that they're getting from illegal immigrants, taking shits like almost everywhere in San Francisco. Like, you can't even walk down the street without smelling some home bum shit and piss, seeing some dude passed out next to a heroin needle. It's that bad. I am not even blowing it out of proportion. It's actually that way in San Francisco. The drug problem's so bad, and it's because there's radical income disparity. And why is there radical income disparity? There's radical income disparity because the white population is shrinking. We have a birth rate of 1.8. There's a man and a woman. You got to have 2.1 kids to keep your population up. White people have the vast majority of money in the United States, and when their population shrinks, that means that you concentrated wealth in the hands of fewer and fewer and fewer people. So then you start bringing in millions of immigrants, and then you end up they end up at the bottom of the social hierarchy. So they might have moved here to live the American dream, but they're not going to do it. They're going to have approximately the same standard of living that they had in the country that they came from. So there was no real reason for them to move here. And then you end up, and then the same thing happens with the Asians too, because the Asians' birth rate's even lower, and and then they are like the highest paid minority group in the country. And then the highest paid immigrant group in the country is the African immigrants, and then the next wealthiest group of minorities is the American Indians. So apparently, there's so much racism in America that it's causing approximately 900,000 non-white people to move to America every single year because we're just that bad, because there's systemic racism, which actually turns out to be institutionalized anti-racism. I'm sorry, I'm going off on a tangent here. If I bring up ivory towers, I'm going to start talking about home bums taking shits on the street, because you could just be walking down the street. You could end up stepping on a pile of shit, and you can get AIDS, hepatitis C, hepatitis B, cholera, the yellow fever, the bubonic plague, the black plague. You could get typhoid fever. You can get You can get HPV, TB, and COVID all in the same place by stepping on a pile of shit with a hypodermic needle in it next to a home bum taking a cough, or home bum banging cartel dope that he got from illegal immigrants while he's coughing. What am I talking about California for? Hold on. Smartest person in the room. This guy was from California. I think I went off on I'm sorry. Don't get me started. I live in Oregon. We're right next to California. They have massive amounts of transients flooding up in our streets, and they got like these punk rocker people that are coming up from California, got their pit bulls that they sick on people sometimes. They're like doing heroin on the streets here, taking shits or jacking up our property prices. Which, the people who own the homes are like, yeah, that's awesome. The price of my home's going up. But then all of the rest of the people are like, dude, I don't own a home. I can hardly afford to rent a room, dude. You can't just keep jacking up the rent continually, because what ends up happening is you're just sucking the money out of all the rural areas around you and just funneling up the top of the ivory tower up in these corrupt Democrat-run shitholes. So what about this? Let's go further into the Kraken. Here's the BBC breakdown of the Kraken. What it is, why the Trump lawyer has released it from the baloney broadcasting company. This is from a British newspaper. Now, people in America are completely brainwashed. They think that the Daily Mail in the baloney broadcasting company and the Guardian of fake news, they think that these are actually legit news sources. No, they're not legit news sources. First off, they're in Europe where they have anti-hate speech laws. These anti-hate speech laws immediately make the news fake because people can't actually say what they think, because they'll be targeted for getting fired, for harassment, for ostracism from quote-unquote polite society. I don't particularly think that that's polite society. That doesn't really sound like a polite thing to do to me. Now, I can completely understand if some dude is a jerk racist, if they are always antagonizing people. Me personally, as long as you're a chill person, I care more about what other people think about you, how we get along, and how you get along with the people that I know. If you are a bully, you're a bully. That's one thing. If you're a jerk to people that I like, that's another thing. But if you're an Asian who doesn't like other Asians, I'm not going to hold it against you. So here's the Kraken lawyer. Now, she's been bungling up. I don't know what to say. The news is fake. They've destroyed their reputability because they're all trying to profit off of Trump. Let's look through. Let's take a real quick gander at the other headlines here because you'll see what they're saying. So, Trump-appointed judge dismisses lawsuit. Twitter labels Sidney Powell website. That one wasn't it. New York governor says Supreme Court decision. Hold on, no. That wasn't what I was trying to prove. So we can just look through the headlines. And we can just pass through here and just look for Trump. And what you'll see when you go through the headlines, I'm going to have you do it because I want you to download either FeedLab on Windows or Feedly on iPad or Android. Go through the RSS feeds. This is why I do this show, is because they're fake news. This is a business model, and what they're doing is they're trying to get you to subscribe. That's what they want you to do. They want you to watch the ads and subscribe. So what they do is they want to piggyback anything that's popular. That's what they're trying to do. There's a recent case between Candace Owens and Candace Owens sued one of the Facebook fact checkers, and basically the fact checkers were calling her information false because they wanted to piggyback on her. That's what they're trying to do, is they're trying to get her viewership by saying that what she's saying is a lie, and so she sued them for a lot of money. Sorry, I'm not proving my point here. I'm not saying anything about Trump. Well, when you see stuff about Trump, you'll notice that what they're trying to do is they're trying to get you to watch it. It's not that it's actually news. Typically what it is they'll say that somebody said something about Trump, or they responded to something from Trump. And what it is they're trying to fill up their quota for articles for the day. That's what they need to do, because they need X free articles to get Y free subscriptions. And when they do that, like this, Trump supporter, this is the example that I was looking for. I'm so sorry. It was right here in front of my face. I can't see things in front of my face when I'm on the spot. I can't. If you ask me to find it, I'm not going to find it. So it says Trump supports SCOTUS decision, right? So, like, how is this news? Like, I mean, of course I support almost every SCOTUS decision. What does this mean? It means they're trying to put out an extra article, and people read stuff about Trump because people either love him or they hate him. Let's go back to the thing. I'm sorry, this is taking too long. So the conspiracy theorist. So apparently she's followed by a lot of QAnon people. That's not either here nor there, because the reality of QAnon is that up to 5% of people are pedophiles. Let's look it up. What percent of people are pedophiles? And according to Wikipedia, and maybe we could look at their source, the prevalence of pedophilia in the general population is not known, estimated to be lower than 5% among adult men. So it's up to 5%. Less is known about the prevalence of pedophilia in women. There are case reports of women with strong sexual fantasies towards children. And so when they're speaking about pedophilia, they're talking about the Diagnostics and Statistical Manual for Mental Health definition, and that means that they're attracted to children 13 years of age or younger. If they're 14 or over, they're not a pedophile. So technically, Jeffrey Epstein is not a pedophile. But given that up to 5% of the population of males possibly are pedophiles, that there's up to like 15,000 pedophiles working for the federal government. It's kind of silly to think that they wouldn't form a network of people. There's also drug cartels that have human smuggling networks. They also have they have sex trafficking networks where they are prostituting women out. And so it does happen. And where you have an 18-year-old prostitute, you're highly statistically likely to find a 17-year-old prostitute. Where you have a 17-year-old prostitute, you're highly statistically likely to find a 16-year-old prostitute, and so on down the line into pedophilia. So what is their definition of pedophilia? Was it some groups of people who are banging some teens? Okay, Alex Jones says that QAnon is from the Bohemian Grove. If you're unfamiliar with Bohemian Grove, dude. Sorry. It's my new theme song. It's this group of insanely powerful people that Ghislaine Maxwell's father was allegedly a member of. They do satanic rituals where they do ritual human sacrifice of children. Alex Jones has a bunch of stuff, and it's true. I mean, we can see the pictures of the Bohemian Grove right here. There's the owl god. This is their thing that they sacrifice the child in the middle here. So there is actually an extremely powerful group of people connected to Jeffrey Epstein that is actually possibly engaging in this Bohemian Grove thing. So it's not completely crackpot. The whole thing about them turning babies' brains into gravy. No, it's 3-year-old babies' brains into gravy. That was batshit crazy. Sometimes people are just being funny. It's like shock, but sometimes it's not. I don't believe anything without evidence, but it definitely seems as though there's enough statistical evidence in order to not discount it. So Miss Powell, her reputation with QAnon has been enhanced by her connection with General Michael Flynn, the Patriot, who was very recently pardoned by the king of memes, Donald Trump, President Trump's first national security advisor, and another QAnon figure. So let's see. Here's the Kraken spreaders, the social media conversation with the Krakens, polarized in this current state of politics. Here, release the Kraken. Actual size may vary. I think that's actually kind of funny. So there's, a lot of the people spreading this information on the internet, of course, are going to be wingnuts. And just because you're a wingnut doesn't mean we don't love you. But they'll probably be pretty easy to fool. The vast majority of people, I have conversations with most of these people, they just believe anything that I say. I would say what I said was legit. Probably they would want to believe me anyways, but... So what's in the documents? Documents include inaccurate, unfounded election fraud. So what does unfounded mean? Most people do not look up definitions. Having no foundation or basis in fact. Okay, so they're saying they don't have any basis in fact. So obviously, we're going to have to correct them here. They don't know what a fact is. A fact is not something that is true. That's called a truth. A fact is something that you can prove is either true or false. Or neither. That case does actually come up sometimes. My sister and I argued about this nonstop when I was a kid. She thought, no, it's something that's true. No, it's not. Fact, thing they're known or proved to be true. No, a fact is not that. It's something that a fact can be. There are true facts and there are false facts. A fact is something that can be proven true. This is false. You could not have a fact correction if originally it was a fact and then you said, oh no, we corrected it and now it's a fact. Okay, so which one's the fact? One's a false one, one's a true fact. Honestly, I think the dictionary has been overly liberalized. These people, they like to expand definitions. So it starts out that a pedophile is somebody who's attracted to prepubescent children, like 13 years or younger. And then the media wants you to click on the articles. They want you to watch They want you to click on the articles about Jeffrey Epstein. They want you to watch To Catch a Predator. So then they expand the definition from their targeting prepubescent children to a pedophile is anyone that has sex with a minor, regardless of whether or not the statutory age limit is they're under the statutory age limit would make them that sexual encounter legal in another state. So if the girl is, most states have their statutory age limit at 16, but then they'll call somebody a pedophile if they had sex with a 17-year-old. And this is an example of expanding definitions, and it's because they want you to watch To Catch a Predator and to click on the articles about Jeffrey Epstein. That's why this is one of my biggest gripes with the mainstream media is they do this all the time by expanding definitions. And then the dictionary also, too, is guilty of it. They've been expanding the definition of racism, also expanding the definition of far right. Now, it no longer means that you're into steep social hierarchies. It means that you have any sort of element of racism, xenophobia, if you're anti-communist, if you're if you want immigration restrictions, if you're like pro, if you're in favor of biasing rules towards natives, like American Indians, if you think that American Indians should have their own reservation where they have their own rules and then they could bias the rules for themselves, then you're a nativist, you're far right. If you're a Hawaiian and you think that the tourists are taking over Hawaii and that the natives of Hawaii should have the rules biased towards them, you're far right under this definition. Doesn't make any sort of sense. It doesn't mean anything anymore. It's supposed to mean Nazi. It's supposed to mean Sharia law. It's supposed to mean the Chinese Nazi Party, because they said they're communist, but they allow private property ownership and they have millions of Muslims in concentration camps, and they have a very steep social hierarchy. They are absolutely not a flat social hierarchy. China is as steep of a social hierarchy as it gets. There is no steeper social hierarchy that you will come across other than in China. Except if they were murdering the people in the concentration camps, actually. So what are in the documents? They also made further, more far-fetched claims about voting machines used in key states. Miss Palace's Dominion voting machine software used in Michigan and Georgia allows computerized ballot stuffing. Machines were accessed by foreign agents to manipulate the results of the election. There's no evidence of foreign interference in the 2020 U.S. election or votes being flipped. There was an issue identified of one county in Michigan that was put down to a human error, not problem with Dominion software. What was this one? Dominion machines provided a paper ballot backup to verify the results. So was there anything good in here? Dominion deleted 2.7 million votes, and then no evidence. One American News Network report referred to unaudited analysis of data obtained from an election monitoring group called Edison Research. However, the company's president, Larry Rosen, said the Edison Research had produced no such report. We have no evidence of any voter fraud. OANN did not provide any evidence to back up its claim. President Trump and his supporters have also been sharing a report from Fox News anchor Sean Hannity claiming Dominion voting machines flipped in key states from Trump to Biden. The report highlights problems in Antrim County, Michigan, where Dominion machines were used, suggesting they could be widespread software issues in other counties. There's an issue in Antrim County, but it wasn't Dominion software that failed. It was down to human error, as pointed out by Michigan Secretary Jocelyn Benson. You can see that here in this. False claims from Rona McDonald have no merit. I'm not going to go too much into that. We got to get through this article here real quick. Dan Walsh, a computer scientist who acts as an advisor of national guidelines for voting machines, says there were with the newer machines that generate paper ballots, including the ones used in Georgia, any sort of computerized ballot stuffing would necessarily involve misprinting those paper ballots, which could be certain to be discovered while the election was going on. Not sure. I don't know. I'd have to inspect the thing. I personally think every single thing about elections should be open source. I'm not exactly sure why it's not open source. I want to know what's in those voting machines. You should not be able to hack a voting machine. It should be unhackable. The chain of custody should be able to prevent anyone from hacking a voting machine. That's the only way that you can prevent it. There's no possible way that you can actually protect an election without proper management of the chain of custody. So we don't know. They're not putting in enough information. It would take a while to actually get what information we wanted to know out of it. So I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. So what happens next? Legal experts say the lawsuits are unlikely to get very far as they include numerous assertions without citing any convincing evidence. Convincing is a matter of opinion. I've seen enough evidence myself that I would demand a robust audit, not a full audit. We can't be questioning the integrity of our elections. That's absolutely unacceptable. That's how you get people to secede from the union. I personally think all of the red states, all of the rural areas in blue states that are red should all leave the union. I personally think these big Democrat-run shitholes are a threat to our country, such as Seattle, such as San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York, So these cities, what they will do is they jack up their rent really high. They end up with, we want to live there, you got to pay $3,000 a month. $3,000 a month for like a one-bedroom apartment. You want a nice house, $10,000 a month. Like, that's insane. But to these people, that's just chump change. And they're just funneling money. They're just straight up raking in the dough. Raking it in from all the red states, just funneling the money right up to the top of the ivory tower where you got some jerk anti-racist liberal up there, won't hire any of the conservatives because he thinks Republicans are racist. They hate them. They prefer to hire minorities and women on diversity tickets because it's a white power structure up there and they need to fill their quota for minorities so that people don't call them racist, because when you call them racist, then they lose their power because they've created a system where they can attack people, calling them racist, sexist, and xenophobic in order for them to control the workplace. And this ends up causing it so that they can just maintain power by removal, which is called subtractive power as opposed to additive power. Subtractive power is where you subtract elements to maintain power. Additive power is where you add elements to maintain power. And what they're trying to do is it's all just a scam to get more money out of their customers. In reality, they go off of GPAs for their hiring process, who you know, and what your prior work experience was, whether or not it's relevant. And they don't particularly care about your skin color. They are blind on that. But they don't want you to call them racist because most of their people are woke, anti-racist because they fire the ones who they say are racist. And here are the GPAs for most of the races. This was up to 2009, so it's not as recent as I would like, but the trend remains. We would just assume it would be the same trend that's been going on for very long, where you have the black people have the worst grades of all of the races. The Latinos have grades that are still not good enough to get into engineering school. Here's the white people's grades, 3.09. Sorry, let me tell you the GPAs because some people might might be podcast. As of 2009, some people might be listening through a podcast. The black people's GPAs on average in 2009 was 2.69. The Latinos' grades on average were 2.84. And, the white people's grades were 3.09, and the Asians' grades were 3.26. And so they're saying that they are hiring for a diversity, but trust me, they're lying to you. I used to work as a minority outreach advisor for Portland State University, and they told me very specifically we were not looking for the black kids because their grades weren't good enough. We were looking for the Latinos, the Asians, and the women. And so that's why you can't trust these people one bit at all. Here's a graph that I made on this, and so it shows populations of where the Democrats live. This is a height bar. This from the 2016 presidential election, and you can see that most of the people who vote for Democrats are actually in big cities here. And the reason for that is because you mainly will find socialists in big cities. And that's because socialism is a scam, and it can only work in big cities where you can steal from the countryside. So all these red areas, they just basically jack your money. They jack up the prices. They got a control on the markets, and because they're at the top of the ivory tower, and they just funnel your money from these red states all the way up to the top of the ivory tower, at which point in time they use it to rig our elections through funneling the money back into the system in dark money. So you can also see over here, we have the average incomes of the different races. And what you can see are that the blacks are on the bottom, Hispanics right above them, whites right above them, and Asians right above them. And please notice the average here. And then it ends up turning out to be the same as the GPAs. And so this is called the white power structure of the ivory tower, where you have at the top, you have ivory tower liberals. Underneath them, it says white feminist. It's supposed to say radical feminist. I messed up. Radical feminists are right below them. They're the ones that didn't get a good enough job to work in the ivory tower, so they might work as like a outreach advisor for the ivory tower, or they might work as a high-paid janitor. So below them, you have hood Democrats. These are low-income Democrats from big cities, the ones that are in here, the blue bars. This is where hood Democrats live here. And then below them, down here, you have the poor whites and Antifa. And so what it used to be the 5-tier racial hierarchy, where you had the white people at the top, the white man at the top, white woman below him. Then you had the black man below the white woman. Then the black woman, sorry, did I say black man? Black man below the white woman, black woman below the white man, and then you stick every other race below them in any order that you want to maintain the power structure. And so what they did was, by instituting anti-racism and feminism, they made it so that the ivory tower liberals were at the top, and then the radical feminists right below them, hood Democrats. Because they get diversity tickets, they're above the poor whites and the Antifa or the communist kids. And so you could see basically all of this is just a scam, what the Democrats have been doing in order to maintain their voter base. This is the entire game for them, is they have to control the minorities in the big city. Why? Because they've always been white supremacist, and they've always controlled the minorities in the big cities. It never changed. They've always been at the top of the ivory tower because it's the ivory tower. So what happens next? One key piece of new evidence is provided in a sworn statement by Dominion whistleblower, but their name is hidden. Legal experts have pointed out that if a witness is put forward, their testimony needs to be challenged but which can't be effectively done if their identity is concealed. Well, they would get death threats if their identity was not concealed. So you typically will conceal the witness's identity in that case. In fact, the court would mandate that you do that. Lawyer Mike Dunford said, if your witness needs to maintain hidden due to legitimate concerns for safety, there's a way to make that happen, but those ways do not include hiding their identity from the court and the other side's lawyers. Okay. All right. We've contacted Secretaries of State Georgia and Michigan for their responses to Sidney Powell's lawsuit. U.S. government cybersecurity agency has said the 2020 election was most secure in American history. I don't think so. The most secure elections in American history were where you had town halls where people came in and they voted in person because people weren't hiding their vote. They didn't. No, if you are taking the ballot and you separate a mail-in ballot from the envelope with the signature on it, later on you can't do an audit. So I'm not sure what planet these people live on. So in the planet that I live on, when you do an audit and there's people that were involved in the audit, such as an insurance claim, you call the people and you check to see certain percentage of people that their votes were tallied correctly. If their votes were not tallied correctly, or if the people said, no, I put a different number on that insurance number, well, then you've got insurance fraud or voter fraud. So you cannot have a secure election with a untracked secret ballot. So there's two types of ballots. There's a tracked secret ballot, and there's an untracked secret ballot. A untracked secret ballot is where you separate the ballot from the envelope and you have no way of matching the signature back to the voter. A tracked ballot is where each ballot has a ballot ID number. That ballot ID number that ballot also has a card with the ballot ID number. And when you get your ballot, you would take that voter ID number or that ballot ID number. And whenever you cast your ballot, they would verify a certain percentage of these votes by calling the people and verifying that their vote was casted correctly. And then you would print up the results and you would put them back at the polling, you're supposed to do a polling place. You're supposed to have in-person voting is essential to a democracy. Mail-in voting is not essential to a democracy. Given that we've always done in-person voting since the dawn of democracy, this has been a method of voting. A method of voting is a method to petition the government. When you switch to all mail-in voting, what you've done is you've reduced the times, the places, and the manners in which you can vote. You've restricted it. You can no longer vote in the manner of in person. That was abridged. It was reduced in, and then you cannot do it at polling places. And the reason why you would want to do it at a polling place is because while you're in line at the polling place, you can speak with others in line. You can both get information about law or something you're going to vote on that you weren't aware of. You can also convince other people to vote the way that you are going to vote. This is an essential process of democracy. But instead, what they've done is they've isolated us all in our homes. They've locked us down, and they have fed us all a different set of facts through social media, because Facebook has been tracking you all around the web using, what is that software that they use? Can somebody put in the comments below what that Mark Zuckerberg recently testified before Congress, and then he got walloped by they had a Facebook insider revealed the software that they used. And what was that software that they're using to track people all around the internet? It's sketchy as it gets. They've been I don't even know what they're doing. They're saying I somehow like agreed to some terms of service. I have no clue what I agreed to. When I clicked on that, I was drunk, dude. I don't know what I clicked on. I don't even know what it was. It said log into your thing. And it said we changed our terms of service. And I don't know what it was. I was incapacitated whenever I clicked on the thing. It's not legally valid. But then they're using it to track us all around the internet. And then they use this to feed you a false set of facts. Everybody gets their own custom set of facts. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to maximize the amount of time that you spend on social media so that they can have a monopoly, a global monopoly on social media. That's their game. They're fraudsters. Is there anything else in here? Let's look. There's another one here. So what was the... Oh, shoot. Hold on. Looking for this picture. Here. So they said that she confused Benville, and so they tried to discredit do not allow for any sites for them to access virtual reality. They're going to open up Steam on you. So where's the thing? So where was the claim? I'm looking for the image. You've probably seen this image. And they said that they messed up that this Benville precinct had 350%. And so they said, oh, it's false because Benville's in Minnesota. Only there's one problem with that. It's Bellevue. They misspelled it because it was riddled with typos. I mean, that doesn't, it's a little bit better. Bellevue is a city in Wayne County in the state of Michigan. It's not Benville, it's Bellevue. So this is why you can't trust the mainstream media. This is one example of the type of behavior that you cannot trust the mainstream media. Why? Because they want you to click on the ad. They want to get the ad revenue. They're putting out X free articles so they can get Y subscriptions. It's a scam. And it had about 3,991 in a census, and that is the size of a voting precinct. So that's what you're seeing up here is the voting precincts in, right, it's not on here, right? Right, these are the voting precincts in Wayne County, and one of them is Bellevue, right? So these people are wingnuts. They just want you to click on it. They're like, oh, fact-checking their main voter fraud claims. Oh, it's bunk. It was in Minnesota. No, it was a typo, dude. No, it's in Wayne County. It's Bellevue. So this is why I haven't really been doing a show recently. Well, hold on. Also, I have not been doing a show because one of my best friends in the world died. She was my homegirl from back in the day that I used to rave with, go to psytrance parties and do 3D art. And then she started doing heroin and being a hooker. And her heart stopped. It was tragic. So I shut down for a little while. She was one of my best friends in the world. I gotta keep going. All right, so what else we got here in this next article? Hold on, wait. Is this Here, we're going to go over here. Here's the twiddle labels, Sidney Powell's website, unsafe. Hold on, do we want a video of this? I'm going to make a video of this here. Let me... So, hey, if you like this content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Or if you don't like this video and it sucked because I was rambling, just dislike. I don't care if you like or dislike. Tell me the truth. If I suck, put it down in the comments. You suck. You're stupid. You're a liar. You don't know what you're talking about. And don't forget, the best way to support any YouTube channel is to share the video on social media. In this next article from Newsweek, Twitter labels Sidney Powell's website, quote-unquote, unsafe after Trump's ex-election attorney files typo-ridden lawsuit. Boy, that's embarrassing. Okay, so these typos were egregious. These typos were so bad. I think her computer got hacked. I really, really, really do think that her computer got hacked. Can we see... Do they have the typos? So the most blaring typo, doesn't look like we have the typo, but the most blaring typo in the entire thing. Oh, it looks like I'm suspended. Woo! I'm suspended. Oh, damn. All right. So what did I do? It says hateful conduct because I said that Kamala the snitch, a.k.a. the hoe Harris, she's not black. She's half Indian, and she's half Jamaican slave trader. Definitely not black. She's a hoe. She slept her way up to the top of the Democratic Party with the Democrat King or Willie Brown, by cheating with Willie Brown, a married Democrat kingmaker. She's a hussy. She's a home wrecker. She's a hoe. Hateful conduct. Excuse me, this is a public figure. We're talking about a public figure who is a hussy. She is a home wrecker. She is a hoe. She's a hoe. She slept with a married guy. That makes you a hoe. A hussy. A home wrecker. I ain't got no respect for no woman who's a hussy and a hoe and a home wrecker. No. 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 We're going to appeal this right now. We're going to call her the home wrecker. Harris is a public official. She got elected to President of the United States by sleeping her way up to the top. She is a hoe. Wait, she's a hold on. She's a public official, so it doesn't. It doesn't. And it doesn't. No, it does not. Hateful conduct. I'm sorry. How much hate has been spewed towards President Donald Trump recently? How much venomous hatred do these people spew out towards racist people, towards sexist people, towards xenophobic people? They're like, oh, no, it's okay to hate on those people. They're okay to hate on. But it's not okay to call someone who cheated, slept her way up to the top of the Democratic Party, not okay to call her a hussy, a homewrecker, or a hoe like she is. Yeah. How the hell am I supposed to appeal this in like a tweet? They want you to appeal it in a tweet? Like, hold on. I'm talking about Section 230. This is really complicated. I need more than one paragraph in order to say this. But you know what? This is messed up. So first off, last time I appealed this, it took days and days and days. It took 2+ weeks for them to actually get to it. They never actually got to it. My account was just frozen. So since this is the deal, you don't know about Section 230. I know a lot about Section 230. There was a Supreme Court ruling that where somebody who ran it was a family-friendly website. This person had censored some content on their website because they said, no, we're a family-friendly website, so we censor the content. And then they tried to use Section 230 in court in order to they tried to use Section 230 in court to protect themselves, and the court actually ruled, and they said, no, you have to, you're an information categorization service. In order to get Section 230 platform protections, you have to just categorize the information. You can't censor the information and remove it. All you can do is categorize it into a different pile. You can categorize it as hate speech. You can say this is hate speech. You cannot remove the content from the platform or remove access to it if you want Section 230 platform protections. No, what the? I hate that add to dictionary. I just pressed the wrong. Anyone listening who's a programmer, if you click add to dictionary, you're supposed to pop up a menu that says, do you want to add this to the dictionary? Yes or no, right? Sorry. She's not black, dude. She's half Indian and half Jamaican slave trader. The black people disowned her family. Her family is like mostly white. She's definitely not. There's like some black in her family, but it's not that way. So now we can't see the content. Luckily, I have another account here. And if you like nerd content, I'm not too active on this channel right now. But so what was it here going back? So here was the tweet. I think they just showed the tweet. I don't know why I clicked on it. Didn't even need to. Now showing unsafe link warnings. Do we have I'm looking for the link to the website. Don't have the link to the website, but that's what it said. It says may be unsafe. Link you're trying to access it by notified by Twitter or partners as being potentially spammy or unsafe. In accordance to Twitter's URL policy, this link could fall into any of the below categories. Any of the below. No, this is what a scammer tries to tell you when they don't want to say this is false information, this person's lying, because they'll get sued for tort. That would be if you wrote down on the internet that these people are liars and you don't have any sort of basis for that, and you're just trying to do it in order to get back at the person, push your political agenda, that's called slander. No, libel, because you wrote it. So really what it was is the content is violent, it's misleading content that could lead to real world harm. That's the one that they're saying. So long story short, they did actually rescind the ban on her account. The typos were so egregious. She misspelled district, and it was in the title. So at the very top, you have what's called the bird cage, and it says like what court you're in. It says in circuit court or whatever, or federal court or whatever, and then this was like U.S. District Court. She misspelled district in it. It's very embarrassing, the typo. Oh, shoot. Sorry. I kind of biffed this video a little bit. Apologize. Hey, don't forget to smash that like button or the dislike because I bungled this one up. No, dislikes are totally cool, man. I got a spine. I'm not a little boy. I did biff this video. Sorry. But hey, don't forget to if you do want to see more of the videos, don't forget to like and subscribe below. And sharing this video on social media really does help for the channel to grow. In this next article from Newsweek, Trump-appointed judge dismisses Pennsylvania election case in Trump's latest legal defeat. Donald Trump's the king of memes, largest case regarding the 2020 elections results have been dismissed. On Friday, a judge who was appointed by Trump dismissed the case in Pennsylvania where Trump attempted to undo Biden's victory. Not sure whether or not he's the victor yet. Who the victor is actually up in the air. Circuit Judge Stefanos Bibas, who oversaw the case, began the scathing ruling stating, quote, "Free and fair elections are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges of unfairness are serious, but calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges requiring specific allegations and then proof, we have neither here." Trump nominated Bibas to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Court in 2017. The ruling detailed Pennsylvania voting laws, poll watchers, and mail-in voting, all of which were legal during this presidential election season. Bibas wrote that the campaign is undeserving of an order that prevented the state's election results from becoming official. Bibas noted the claim had no merit. Tossing out millions of mail-in ballots would be drastic and unprecedented, disenfranchising a huge swath of the electorate, upsetting many down-ballot races, too. That remedy would be grossly disproportionate to the procedural challenges raised, and, quote, Bibas wrote. So what they're saying here, and I really, really, really disagree with this judge's decision. One of the major, and maybe it should go to the Supreme Court, actually. So one of the reasons that they're contested, that they want to have these ballots thrown out, was that the state had made a law. the state of Pennsylvania had made a law stating that the ballots had to be in by 8 p.m. on election day. A judge who is not a member of the state legislature then changed that, saying that was illegal, that it had to be postmarked by 8 o'clock on election day and had to be in within 3 days of that time. This is illegal. Then there's no legality to this because the United States Constitution specifically states that it is the state legislators who are supposed to be responsible for the times, places, and manners of the elections. It's called the Electoral College. That's because you elect people, and then those people, you can have an election in your state, and then the legislature is free to do whatever they want. If they want to appoint whoever they want, that's up to them because we're a representative democracy. We're not a pure democracy. So I 100% disagree with that ruling. They're saying that this is unprecedented. No, actually, it would be unprecedented for a judge to change the state legislature's laws to something where the Constitution says that that the judge can't do that. It's the state legislators who are supposed to decide the times, places, and manners of the elections, not a judge. Reading on in the article, Bybass concluded his ruling by pointing out the, quote, voters, not lawyers, choose the president. Apparently, a judge is choosing the president now. Ballots are not briefs decided elections. The ballots are governed by Pennsylvania election law, end quote. Sorry, I added in that part. Judge is picking the president. I forgot to unquote that. Sorry. Trump alleged the mail-in ballots were handled differently in certain counties, depending on whether they leaned more Democratic or Republican. He also insisted that folks observing the counting of the votes were not given the restrictions required. Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor, Trump's lawyer, insisted that the previous week that the election in Pennsylvania was tainted by fraud. However, Giuliani did not prove any proof of these allegations. U.S. District Judge Matthew Brand likened the complaint to Frankenstein's monster, saying it was haphazardly stitched together. Pennsylvania certified their election results on Tuesday, noting that Biden won by 81,000 votes. The state had 20,000 electoral votes at stake. Again, I want to thank quote, I want to thank the election officials who administered the free and fair election during the incredible challenging time of our Commonwealth and our country's history, end quote. Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf announced Tuesday morning, quote, our election workers have been under constant attack and they performed admirably and honorably. So I don't know. End quote. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it enough. What were the other allegations of voter fraud? We really should have just looked at their lawsuit. I don't know. I mean, they got some affidavits from some poll workers that were alleging irregularities. I don't know anything about the voting machines that they used, the chain of custody. This is about all that I do know, other than the what I stated about the judge changing the state legislators' laws. I don't know. You know, for all I know, it could be crock shit. Might just be true. A lot of times stuff does end up turning out to be true. But don't forget, if you like this content, smash that like button. If you hate this content, smash that dislike button. Leave me a comment about how much I suck, how stupid I am. And don't forget, if you liked the video, best way to help the channel grow is to share this video on social media. And don't forget to get off of Twitter and the alt tech, because they are censoring us and they are feeding us all a different set of facts in our houses here on COVID lockdown. And they rigged the 2020 presidential election. I am 100% convinced. In fact, we got another article that states some statistical evidence that the election was rigged here. So stay tuned. I'll try to cover these a little bit quicker. How long are we in it? We're an hour and 40 minutes. In this next article from Fake News Forbes, Supreme Court rules New York can't impose COVID-19 restrictions on house of worship. Do you have to say 19? It's not COVID-19 anymore. It's just COVID, coronavirus disease. There's a bunch of different kinds. There's SARS, there's MERS, there's and then there's the SARS-CoV-2. You refer to them all as coronavirus disease. You don't need to put the 19 on. It makes you look uneducated. It's also waste people's time. This is a British-born reporter named Jemia McEnvoy. Says, in a late Wednesday ruling, the Supreme Court's new conservative majority voted in favor of a challenge from religious groups to New York's coronavirus restrictions, temporarily barring the state from enforcing certain attendance limits on houses of worship in virus hotspots. With recently seated Justice Amy Coney Barrett casting the decisive vote. So thank God for Donald Trump getting in Amy Coney Barrett already. She's proving that the conservative justices are far better than these liberal justices. You probably don't know too much about the Supreme Court. I like to study the Supreme Court because I'd spent maybe 8 years fighting in court and on constitutional grounds on a nightmarish child custody proceeding. And I learned a lot about the Supreme Court, about the Constitution, and about originalism, which is from Judge Antonin Scalia. And originalism, before originalism, these judges used to just make up whatever they wanted. They really did. And the liberal ones were the worst. So you think these liberals are all about equality? No. Democrats owned slaves. They started the KKK. They were the quote-unquote liberals. The thing about the liberals is, yeah, they wanted everybody to be equal, but they didn't consider black people to be people. So they don't have any sort of credibility. But the originalism thing came about basically Judge Antonin Judge Antonin Scalia, and he said that before they used what is called evolutionism, which is where they would read the law and then they would determine what they thought the law was based upon what they thought the words meant and what they thought the law was supposed to mean. Sounds innocuous on the surface, right? But this is how you get insanely corrupt judges. You need to go back to the original meaning of what the people who wrote the laws meant. So when you do that, typically, you go through like the Federalist Papers, or you'll go through the conversations of a state legislator as they're crafting the laws. You'll look at the definitions of the people, what the words meant, because definitions change over time, hence the concept of evolutionism. And after Judge Antonin Scalia, the courts were revolutionized with this concept of originalism, and it's really gratefully benefited our court system. The liberal judges are not that. Like Ruth Bader Ginsburg absolutely was not an originalist. She was an activist judge. That whole Roe v. Wade thing, there's no right to an abortion. Okay? There is none. In fact, you actually have a right to your life, and there's no actual so you're having to define when that child's life begins, and legally there's really actually no definition for that. Nobody ever put it in the Constitution that life starts at conception or life starts at birth. So because of that, one must go legally, you must go on the oldest date. So Roe v. Wade is an example of an evolutionist judgment, and an originalist would have not voted for Roe v. Wade. They would have said, no, actually, you're trying to murder somebody with a coat hanger in your backroom abortion, and at the same time, you're committing harm against yourself. That means the doctor's committing malpractice. They're not allowed to do that. You might not like this, but if you have that much of a problem with it, you can actually change the laws. You can actually elect state legislatures that will enact laws to change the Constitution. And if enough people from around the country want to pass that law, I think it's like a plurality of the states, then that will be amended to the United States Constitution. If you don't have the votes, you don't have the votes. I'm sorry, but you don't have the votes. But when it says that you have the right to your life, then that means that you have the right to your life, regardless of whether or not you have a brain that's functioning. Because your brain will be functioning later. So if you're a vegetable and you're not going to be alive, I think they can terminate you. But if you're, let's say you're temporarily incapacitated. Let's say you're a child and then you got knocked unconscious. Does your parent have a right to kill you when you're unconscious? No, that would be called murder. What is the difference between if the baby is inside of a woman or outside of the woman? It's not legally defined, in which case you must go off of the earliest date of life. I personally wouldn't care if abortion was illegal. Americans' birth rate is 1.8. There's a man and a woman. You got to have 2 kids to make sure your family doesn't die off. If you have a problem with it, maybe you should not sleep with really sketchy guys that you wouldn't marry. I think most of the guys would agree with that. In fact, most of the women would also too agree with that. And if you do have a baby, well, your family's going to die if you don't. So that's a really good thing that your family's not dying off. Because if you have 1.8 kids, it doesn't take a genius to realize you can't have 0.8 kids. That means you're either going to have 0 kids, 1 kid, and then some of them are going to have 2 or 3, maybe occasionally 4 or 5. But your parents invested millions of dollars in, or on average, $1 million or more into each child. And it's kind of poopy when you invest $1 million into a woman and then she's like, no, it's all about me. I'm extremely selfish. I don't care if my family lives. So I'm just not going to have kids so I can just care all about myself. I want to get equal pay in the workplace. And then when I get all of the extra money, I'm only going to date guys who actually make more money than me. And so I'm not going to have a kid. So that means that I'm going to take all the money and I'm going to pocket it for myself. And then I'm going to have a husband who has a job who makes more than me. So we're just basically going to take all the money and then take it for ourselves because we're extremely selfish. I don't care about our family because it's my career is more important than our life. It's like, yo, equal treatment does you no good if you were never born. Mothers love their children and their husbands. They're very happy. Maybe you shouldn't be a bullshit mom who causes your family to die because you wanted money. Because, well, your husband probably would have the same. You probably would have the same amount of money if you just got a good husband and you weren't being a hoe sleeping around with random dudes and then getting knocked up from some dude that you should not be having a baby with. Because that's a really bad idea, and you're an idiot if you're doing that. Going back to the Forbes article, key facts. The legal challenges were filed by the Roman Catholic Diocese of Brooklyn and 2 Orthodox Jewish congregations who argued the capacity limits on houses of worship imposed in the neighborhood of the COVID spikes by Governor Andrew Cuomo, Bromo's brother, in October violates the religious freedoms protected by the United States Constitution. The federal judges and New York-based Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals both previously rejected the petitions from these religious groups. The Supreme Court ruled in the favor 5-4. I really don't like these liberal judges. It's always ends up coming down on a ideological basis, and the liberals got this bozo interpretation of the Constitution. Doesn't have anything to do with the Constitution. So let's read the First Amendment, right? What does it say? It says very specifically, Constitution of the United States of America, 1789. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of people to peacefully assemble, and to petition the government for redresses of grievances. So does it say unless there's a pandemic in there? No, it doesn't. So how are they shutting these down? They're saying that it's an emergency and that other people's rights will be violated if they go there. That's the premise of the legal argument. This is complete cockamamie bullshit. Not just cockamamie bullshit, but bullshit! So when it says abridge free speech, that means you can't lessen the times, places, and manners where people can speak. If you do so, it has to be in a situation such as somebody's yelling fire in a crowded theater and then it causes people to move out. That action is now getting translated into direct harm to other people. All right. Okay. So why is COVID a problem? Can anybody tell me in the comments below why COVID is a problem? COVID is a problem very specifically because it's the novel coronavirus and because we don't have immunity to it because it has some protein signatures on the outside of the virus that your white blood cells, also called leukocytes, are unable to basically smell. What they do is they go around your body and they smell for infected cells, and then they go and they eat those cells. And in order for them to be able to do this, they need to be able to actually smell the thing. It's kind of like, how do you tell somebody what something smells like if you've never given it to them? You're like, oh, it smells like flowers. You're like, what does flowers smell like? Oh, it smells sweet. Well, what do sweet things smell like? I don't know. Right? There's a cart and a horse problem here. So the way that your immune system works, I'm very knowledgeable about this because I modeled the immune system in a computer for my interactive gym environment and educational kit, which is kind of like OpenAI Gym. It allows us to train AI models. Hold on. It's going to allow us to train AI models. It's still not working. In virtual worlds so that you can get agents that can work in multiple environments so that you can do transfer learning. So what I know about the immune system is that your COVID is deadly because it causes an autoimmune response where your white blood cells are able to detect that there's an infection. But it can't tell which cells are infected. This is why COVID is giving you SARS or acute respiratory syndrome, because the leukocytes are eating the wrong cells. They're eating the healthy cells. When it's just like you got lupus. Right? Lupus is pretty gnarly disease. But very few people actually die from it. Let me get out the charts because, I mean, a lot of people still don't know this stuff. I've been going off on this stuff all summer. Here's the, from June 17th from the CDC, the death counts with COVID, and you can see with a sample size of 103,339 people that about half of the people were over the average age of death, and that the death rate amongst young people, there was, how many were there? 8 plus 5 is 13. 13 plus 13. There was, of the first 103,339 deaths, only 26 of them were under the age of 15. And under the age of 24, there was 151 out of 103,339. So flu will kill like 2 or 3 out of 1,000 people. It's about the same as COVID. COVID is a little bit less, except for the 10x strand. So there's 1x strands of COVID that you have a 1 possibility chance of dying. And then there's a 10x strand where you have 10 possibilities of dying. These are the ones like the H1N1 swine flu. They're 10 times as deadly. So the way the virus works is that there's multiple strands of the virus. Each of the viruses has a different protein on the outside of them. And your leukocytes will need to be able to smell that, your leukocytes need to be able to fight that infection on its own using either a live attenuated virus vaccine or one of the others. And I think the one that's going around is the live attenuated virus. So what that means is that they basically inbred the virus. So what they did was they made it not deadly anymore. They bred it so it's instead of a 1x, it's a 0.1x or something like that, approximately like that. It kills about 0.1%, or 0.1% of the chance of dying, which puts it well within the threshold that vast majority of people's immune systems can handle. And this will basically allow the leukocytes to smell the proteins on the virus so that they can detect which cells are infected with COVID. So when you go on lockdown, what you did was you put people in isolation, and then they end up getting fat and depressed. So the lead determined there's 2 main causes of why you would die from COVID. 1, that you're over the average age of death. 2, that you're overweight, obese. And I've read that people who are not that overweight also too can do what? If they're not overweight, then they you don't have to be too overweight to actually get it. So 70% of people in the United States are overweight. So we got to make sure we include that into our statistical analysis. So I'm trying to prove harm. We got to prove harm here. So why did we lock down? Can anybody remember? Pull back out of your memory. Why did we lock the country down in the beginning? Comment down below. we locked down the country because we were trying to flatten the curve, right? We were trying to flatten the curve. And why? To prevent our medical systems from becoming overwhelmed. That was why we locked down. So this is the slippery slope that we've been warning people about. Is it starts out as we're just going to lock down for like 2 weeks in order to flatten the curve. Then it turned into now we have to find a vaccine to now we have to save people's lives by preventing them from getting infected. And what's after this? So they're like, okay, so does anybody know why COVID is so deadly right now, other than the fact that it's a novel coronavirus? It's deadly because it's flying around. It's very contagious because it's a novel coronavirus. Right? It's not that the coronavirus itself is any more deadly than the flu. It's that it's flying around. And that's why there's so many people who are dying. Because when most people are dying, if they're over the average age of death, or if they're in hospice care, or if they're morbidly obese, it means that they're going to end up having an autoimmune system response from hold on. Wait. So this is the reason why it's like, okay, you can't prevent yourself from getting COVID. You're going to get it multiple times in your life. I've had the flu multiple times in my life. Last time I had H1N1, I was shaking. I thought I was going to die, and I was dumb, and I didn't go to the hospital. In hindsight, I did not know how deadly the flu was. I didn't. And I should have gone to the hospital. But we've never, ever, ever had a lockdown from the flu. Why would we have a lockdown then if this COVID is not as deadly as the flu? Because it's flying around and we don't want to overwhelm our healthcare system. But there's a big but to this. There's a 10x strand. So it's flying around, and the vaccine that is going around, they can't protect you from the new evolving 10x strand, the one that's going to cause the second wave. They can't protect you from that. The only thing that can actually protect you from that is the leukocytes in your body. And in fact, the vaccine isn't even protecting you from it. It's just allowing your leukocytes to smell it. And your leukocytes in your body are literally the only way that you can fight any sort of infection. If you did not have those, you would be dead. So, in order to prove harm, you're going to have to prove that our immune system doesn't work, or that there's not going to be any sort of 10x strands that later on I might be immune to if I get multiple different strands of COVID. You need to get COVID multiple times, and you need to get multiple vaccines. That's the only way that you can reduce your risk of death, aside from getting your weight down and taking care of the health problems. Instead of taking care of the health problems, instead we locked down and we made the health problems dramatically worse. So I would argue that there's absolutely there's no clear and convincing evidence that locking people down is going to prevent deaths. People are saying, oh, but it's going to prevent infections. Infections aren't the same thing as deaths. They're not. They're not. There's a 10x strand. That means it can kill 10 times as many people. There's multiple strands. That means if you get sick 5 times, you might get 3 different strands. So the first time you get sick with it, you have a 1x chance of dying. The second time you get it, you don't have a 1x chance of dying. You have a less than or equal to 1x chance of dying because you had it before, so your leukocytes can smell some of the protein signatures, but there's multiple different proteins. For instance, with the flu, with the H1N1, there's an NA protein and there's an HA protein. These also are in different strands of flu. They might have an HA protein, and another strand of flu might have an NA, but not both. H1N1 has both. In the 1918 flu pandemic, people think people died from the flu. This is incorrect. People did not die in mass numbers from the flu. Absolutely false. They died from pneumonia, from bacteria in the pandemic hospitals. You didn't know that, did you? Look it up. It's absolutely true. Absolutely true. The people who had a higher rate of survival were the people who didn't get sick enough to go to the pandemic hospitals where they got the bacterial infections. These people with the higher rate of survival had been exposed to two different strands of flu before. One had the HA, one had the NA, and when you combined them both together, it gave you immunity from H1N1 because your leukocytes were able to smell the white blood cells. This allowed you to not die from H1N1. So it's actually far more dangerous for you to not get COVID because a vaccine cannot save you. You cannot stay in lockdown indefinitely. If we do so, we're going to destroy our economy. Wearing a mask is not going to protect you from a bacterial infection. The bacterial infection might have even came from you wearing the mask. Duh! So they're trying to say, what, you can't congregate in large groups. In Oregon here, covered this last time on RSS Commentary, Governor Kate Brown shut the state down. There's a restriction on gatherings. Can't have more than 6 people in an area, even in your own home. And see, what it is they're trying to get old people to vote for them. They want to show you exactly how good of a job they're doing protecting you. And so what they're going to do is they're going to take one right after another. And so they're going to, once they take one of your rights, like, oh, you have to wear a mask. And you're like, and then eventually you get used to it. You're like, all right, like, this isn't too bad. And then they're like, oh, you got to restrict your gatherings to 6 people. And then at first you're like, this is just not freedom. Give me liberty or give me death. Doesn't mean unless there's a pandemic. And then you'll get used to that. And then later on they'll say, oh, nope, there's another thing we have to do. We have to take away this freedom. And then once you get used to it, eventually they're going to take away one freedom after another, after another, after another, until they've taken away all of your freedoms and it's turned into an authoritarian dictatorship, because that's the slippery slope. Do you really think that the Muslims who are forcing women to wear burqas, that they were conservative? Back in Iran, when the Shah of Iran was there, do you really think the people were conservatives that put the burqas on the women? No. Iran was the bastion of liberalists in the Middle East. They put the burqas on to make the women equal. That's why. It was an equality thing. That's why. They wanted all the women to be equal. So how do you do that? You take away their good looks. You make all of their looks the same by making them all wear a burqa. It's a leftist thing. It's not a conservative thing. The conservatives would say, well, definitely actually say that in the Quran. So, not going to do no. And 25 people in red and orange respectively. The First Amendment, and it says, Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion. Prohibiting the free exercise thereof. So that would be gathering in large group would definitely be part of exercising your religion, or abridging free speech or the press or the right of the people to peacefully assemble and to petition the government for regresses of grievances. So going to church, that's by definition a peaceful assembly, unless, of course, you're a Muslim and you're screaming death to Jews or death to the non-believers. That would definitely not be very peaceful. But the Constitution is very clear. It does not say unless there's a pandemic. It says you can't abridge those fundamental freedoms. So how are they able to shut down riots? People are vandalizing. They're causing crime. That's a criminal behavior. So is it, and then you're yelling fire in a crowded theater. Is that free speech? No, because you're causing an action. If you tell people, I want you to go murder this somebody, and that person murders somebody else, you're also too guilty of murder. But when it says freedom of assembly, it definitely means that you have the right to freely assemble. And there's no requirement of, unless there's the flu going around. And if there's the flu going around, then there's some percent chance that somebody might die. And so then you don't have that, because there's always the flu going around. There's always some percent chance that you're going to die. So what's the total percent chance that you're going to die? Let's do the calculation. What is the total percent chance that you're going to die? How many people have died so far? Take this and copy and paste and then move over here. Take this, and then what day of the year is it? It's the 332nd day. So we're going to divide it by that, and then times by 365. And so if the death rate continues on, as it's going to, there will be about 2.848 million people who die. And I want you to notice, here's the death count in 2000 and what was this, 2018, right? Yeah, this is 2018. There was 2,839,205 people died. So by these numbers, 9,000 more people will have died in 2020 than died in 2018. So the overall risk of death is just about the same as it is in 2019, because our population has grown by some number of millions. And I think it's like 15 million or something, like crazy high number. And so it's basically the same. So there's no increased chance of death. So immediately this discredits anything that they're going to have to say. So you have to say not just that they might have some sort of chance of dying of COVID. You have to show that there's an overall increased likelihood that this is going to happen. It can't just be like, oh, well, maybe somebody might get sick and then they might go to the hospital. It's like, okay, Well, what is there, like millions of people dying or something? I'm kind of confused. Because there's an overall chance that you're going to die. It's not just like I have a chance of dying of COVID and then, we got to lock everything down. There's an overall chance of dying. And if our overall chance of dying is the same as the previous year, you're an idiot if you try to lock down and destroy our economy to save people. Let's look at the cost of what this is going to do. I've got an article up here that's got the cost of, look at this, from the Daily Mail. $6 million borrowed for every COVID death. They're taking out $6 million in loans to save every single one of these COVID patients' lives. And all of that while the rate of death is approximately the same. It is the same as 2018. There's no sense in this. The only reason why COVID is deadly is because it's flying around, because it's a novel coronavirus. That's the only reason. Because more people are infected with COVID, that means that the death count will be statistically much larger. So let's also look at, how long is this video? 35 minutes on this video. It's too long. So how many people died of COVID yesterday? So there was 1,551 people that died yesterday. So that sounds like a lot immediately, but do the math. Don't look there's 330 million people in the United States. That's a lot of people. That means you can get a small statistical anomaly can make very large numbers when you have 330 million people. So let's figure out how many people died per day in how many people died per day again? I think I had the number up there, but oops. Oh, that's not it. So let's divide this by 365. This is how many people died per day in 2018. On average, 7,708 people died. What percent is this? So it was 1,551 divided by this. So that's about 19% of the people that died had COVID. What's the infection rate? What's the test positivity rate? You got to look at the stats. Don't look at the numbers. Analyze the numbers and look at the stats. Test positivity rate. $11 in 27. Hold on. Where was it? That's a statistical anomaly. So it's 10.7%. So about 10.7% of the people that they tested positive for COVID. Does that mean that 10% of the people who died on that day died from COVID? No. It means that 10.7% of the people that died on that day would have had COVID anyways. That's what it means. It means that when they tested these people that died, a certain number of these people would have had it in their system. Most people who die from COVID don't get SARS. They end up just dying, like they're dying from old age, and it's not like they have the full-blown SARS. They're like dying of old. It's like they got a bunch of stuff in their system that's taking them out at the same time. It's not like they're on a ventilator. Like there's a small percentage of people on the ventilators. Me personally, I'd rather die than be hooked up to the ventilator. Honestly, I built open source ventilators. I know a lot about them. Don't know everything. I know most of the things about them, but I'm not convinced. I don't want to be on them. I want to instead, I want to get thin and get myself really healthy so that when I do get COVID, I have a very low chance of dying. In order to do that, I need to go to the gym. I also need to be able to have contact with my friends so that I'm emotionally happy, because your emotional health also is highly statistically tied to your death rate. Actually, being a happy person definitely affects the death rate. So what's Cuomo's? So in this next article from Newsweek, New York Governor Cuomo says Supreme Court decision overturning COVID restrictions for religious service has no practical effect. Okay. All right. So, and as he said that because it's already been moot. No practical effect. You went to the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, made a ruling that set court precedents. Obviously, this is going to have a major effect because it shows you just can't restrict religious services, man. Like you're going to have to show there's an evidentiary procedure. Sorry, my jaw just popped. I've got that whatever, sometimes your jaw locks up thing. Mostly women get it. I don't know. I always got women problems. You're going to have to show with clear and convincing evidence that there's a substantial harm that requires them to not be allowed to be in large groups of people. So, is there any sort of laws that say you have to go to a hospital when you're sick? No. There's not a single law that says that you have to go to a hospital when you're sick. That's just absolutely not true. The entire reason why we lock down is absolutely not because COVID's very deadly. It's because it's flying around and there's a lot of people infected, and then that can increase the load on the hospitals. So if that's not happening, if you're not going to the hospital, you're not putting stress on the system. You're not. You have a right to die in your house from the flu. If you get the flu and you don't want to go to the hospital and you die in your house, that is your right to do so. But they're basically saying you don't even got a right to get the flu and then die in your own house. It's like, okay, obviously this is a slippery slope that we're going down, leading into authoritarianism where they take one right after another, and then eventually they keep your people in a compromised position, and then what you get is you end up, all the predators in the system will come and they'll go start getting on the pile on top to keep you on the bottom, and that's because that's how people work. People are predatorial. People will take they will prey upon people who are below them in the social hierarchy in order to maintain their status of them above them on the social hierarchy. You have to expect this. And so this is why freedom is, you can't just like give your freedoms up one after another, because we've already got this Citizens United ruling that allows dark money, unlimited dark money, to be funneled into campaigns in the form of media and other speech. They don't have to disclose who donated to the campaign. And this allows foreign governments to influence our elections. And they're going to do it through media. And then where are you getting this media at? On social media, through the Democrat-controlled Twitter and Facebook and Quora. That's where you're going to get it. You're going to get all your information from people who are tracking you all over the internet, who are censoring your free speech and are securing an international monopoly on their social media. When that happens, they're going to end up generating massive amounts more money than you because they have privileged access to data that you do not, and the data includes your data, stuff that you didn't even know that they had, and they're selling this to hostile actors who do not have your best interest in mind. So this is where the problem where we start giving up these rights to the federal government, and then now the corporate world comes in. Now you got China sneaking in the back door. You got Russia. Well, I honestly don't think Russia's a problem. Honestly, dude, I can't think of anything other than boogeyman tactics. Really, they're a rival. They're not an enemy, dude. I mean, what? We never even went to war with them. We had some proxy wars, but they were with other. It was really against communism, but they're not communists. They're like oligarchs over there. Honestly, man, I really do think that people are just flipping out about Russians are totally not like doing a power grab to be the world's #1 superpower, man. Russia's got their own problems, and they're looking for allies to help protect them from China because China is a major problem. Absolutely major problem. They're trying to take over the South China Seas. China is influencing our elections. They are dumping massive amounts of dark money into our elections. They are putting out massive amounts of propaganda to prevent us from enforcing our immigration laws and to maximize the amount of immigrants that we take in because it allows them to funnel their people into our country. It allows them to overpopulate our country so that they can remove the white man from this country because when you change the language, you change the culture, and what they're trying to fight is they're trying to fight what is called cultural Marxism, they are trying to fight using cultural Marxism, which is a detestable belief that has killed hundreds of millions of people in the past 80 years, that says that it's not Marxism that failed, wasn't Marxism that caused World War II, and it was the culture that failed, and we need to change the culture because they're either racist or they're sexist or they're xenophobic or they're religious or they allow free speech. And once you change that culture, then you can have Marxism. And that's the absolutely most detestable thing about what the Chinese have been doing. They have been trying to change our cultural landscape because they do have mastery skills in cultural Marxism. They do know how to take out cultural institutions and remove specific languages in order to change people. It's because what you do is you end up getting people to self-censor themselves. You make certain things taboo. You change the definitions of words by expanding them and then cutting some things out. And then you change the context in which they are appropriate in and the repercussions for whether or not you use these words out of context or in inappropriate situations. And this allows them to control the narrative by controlling the language. The language is extremely important. Once you start so it's like we've always said in America, no, English is our language. If you want to be here, you have to learn English. Why? Because you guys going to be broke. You want to come up in America, you need to learn English or else you are going to remain at the bottom of the social hierarchy. It's not because Spanish speakers aren't allowed here. It's because countries have languages. Every country has a language. The UK, English, French, German, Russian. They speak Russian. Chinese, speak Chinese. Japanese, speak Japanese. Right? Doesn't take a genius to know this. What happens when you get people in Japan to speak Chinese? You've taken over Japan. What happens when you get Germans to all speak Spanish? You've taken over Germany. What happens when you get the English speakers to speak Spanish? You've taken over their culture. It's called cultural Marxism. They do it through the Hollywood. They subsidize bad movies. What they do is they're in China. They are communists, so they can get a large amount of money from the government to make the movies, and then they pirate the movies there. They don't pay for things in China. They're communist. They're really National Socialist, actually. They're not communists because they allow private property ownership, and they have a steep social hierarchy. They do not have a flat social hierarchy. Communism has 4 tiers. You can look them up. There's farmers at the bottom, artisans above them, soldiers above them, and the government at the top. And at the top, tippity top, you can have a ruler. But the moment that you have a steep social hierarchy where you have a bunch of poor people and then you have a bunch of rich people, then you've created a steep social hierarchy. The entire point of communism is that you share everything equally. But to them, to the Chinese, they're sharing all the movies, pirating them, and then the government will give money to Hollywood, and then that allows them to use Hollywood to do cultural Marxism. What they do is they ban specific movies, and they give more money to specific movies where they want to push a narrative, where they like the actor. If the actor is pushing the pro-China narrative, the anti-racist, feminist, anti-xenophobic narrative, then they basically greenlight those movies. They allow those actresses and actors to come up in the Hollywood scene and to dominate it. And this allows them to perform cultural Marxism, to change our language, to change the words that we use. Because you got to think, these movies are a large part of our culture and our language, like our slang, all comes from our media, our documents, our books, our movies. And so when they are able to subsidize bad movies, such as replacing a formerly white male character in a badass movie with either a minority or a wham-man, then it allows them to make institutionalize anti-white racism. So this is basically a method for them to remove the white males from their seats in power, and then they put the women on top of them. And what this does is it causes the men to be unable to breed with the women. Women typically want to date men who are higher up in social status than them, who are more financially well off. Families oftentimes will not give people like me, who are broke Joes at the bottom of the social hierarchy, they won't give us the time of day. So when you give the women and the minorities diversity tickets so that they can come up before the white males, what you do is you push the white males down in the social hierarchy. And then this causes, what does this have to do with New York Governor Cuomo? Don't ask me, dude. Tangent alert, tangent. This allows them to perform cyber warfare operations on us, a psychological warfare operation through the internet. And it allows them to control our culture by controlling the narrative, the words that we use, who's allowed to say them, what groups of people are in control of Hollywood, of social media companies. And then it allows them to become the world's #1 superpower. So what does this have to do with this? Hold on. I'm going to tie this in. What is this? Oh, did I say anything about China? All of this stuff is coordinated. I really do think the Chinese government manufactured COVID in order to bankrupt our economy. So you got these China COVID. Everybody remembers these images. The fumigation scenes where the Chinese were going around fumigating things, right? Why were they fumigating for COVID? Can anybody tell me why the Chinese were fumigating for COVID? I'll give you a hint. They didn't know whether or not that would be effective or not. They were doing it to drum up massive amounts of fear. You have people in hazmat suits going around spraying some sort of disinfectant stuff. And what does that do? It makes you afraid. And then the other effect, it makes you think that China's doing a good job at controlling it, right? So it appears like they're trying to help, but in reality, they're actually hurting. They're trying to make it so that we all get really afraid, so that when the China virus that came from the Wuhan lab where they study coronaviruses, where those coronaviruses actually were, and where they were mutating those coronaviruses, and in fact, they could have mutated the coronavirus and then bred it with another virus in order to get rid of the genetic markers. The other thing that they did was they welded the apartment buildings shut. So you can see images here of the Chinese Nazi Party welding apartment buildings shut. Here they're, in this image, they're dragging someone out of a area that they're claiming the person is infected. Where's a welding one? Here's a video here on Reddit. The video is unavailable and private. Never mind. Sorry, I'm having trouble pulling up the image. You can look it up on YouTube. They were welding apartment complexes doors shut. The other thing they did was they built a massive pandemic hospital. And when they did this, it shows you two things. It shows you, one, you need to be afraid. The Chinese government is doing everything in their power to stop this. So the Chinese government is doing a good job handling the pandemic. This is a two-pronged strategy to one, instill fear, two, to shift the, three-pronged strategy. Two, make everyone afraid. One, make everyone afraid. Two, shift the blame. Three, show everyone that they're doing a good job. That's what they did. And so what does this have to do with the article? I'm tying it in. I'm going to tie it in. So when we lock down and we destroy our economy by imposing these restrictions on the houses of worship, we help China out. China is already bouncing back. See, the way China's game is they devalue their currency. They use slave labor from groups of people like the Uyghur Muslims and the hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese people who live out in the countryside, as well as migrant labor that they exploit. And it allows them to bounce back very quickly, because what happens when you all of a sudden are really poor and it's hard for you to afford things? You buy cheaper things. Where do you buy cheaper things from? China. What does that do? Prevents us from manufacturing here, which does what? Gives them a monopoly on the supply chain, which does what? Allows them to be the world's number one superpower. It's a game. It's everything with these people is all, with the Chinese Nazi Party, everything is revolved around them being the world's number one superpower for one specific reason only. They're losing power. They're losing power there. And they have to show their people that they're doing a good job. If they can show their people that it was the Chinese Nazi Party that made China the world's number one superpower, then it allows them to, or it prevents, it makes it so that people don't want to overthrow the Chinese Nazi Party because they're doing such a good job. So why would you want to overthrow them? So I'm a little bit upset. Oh, here was this. We were looking at this. So I'm going to go back to the article. I'm sorry, I tangented it there. Cuomo, in disagreeing with the decision, noted that the areas in question are no longer the zones that limit the number of people and says the decision will therefore have no practical effect. Except for that's not true. They've set legal precedents that later on in future court trials, they'll be able to say, in this case, the Supreme Court ruled that these lockdowns were unconstitutional. So it does have an effect. Cuomo's an idiot. He bungles everything up. The guy's incompetent. You got to get him out of there. All these Democrat running these big cities, they're all bad. They're all bad news. They're all incompetent. They're all, see, this is the fundamental problem with these people. Sorry, it's starting to get cold in here. The fundamental problem with these people are that Democrats try to help other people before they help themselves and their families out. Because they're trying to get elected, and the way that they're trying to get elected is they're trying to give you free stuff. They're saying, I'm going to help you out. Sounds innocuous at first, right? Like, yeah, that makes you a good person, right? No. It's just like the person who's generous. Why is the person generous? They want you to like them. They're not doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They're doing it because they're expecting something in return. That's why Democrats do what they do. And they wouldn't be doing what they do if the first person they're trying to help out is their family and themselves. Or the first people that they're trying to help out are their family and themselves. If they did that, none of us would be in this mess in the first place. Because if we all focused on what was best for us and our own families before we thought about other people, then we would all be acting in our own best interest. If you're only acting in other people's best interests, you're corrupt. You need to be acting in your family's best interest because we all have families. And if we all act in our family's best interest, we won't have any of these problems. That's the problem with these people is their policies fundamentally are based around trying to get elected by helping out some imaginary person. They're saying, we're going to help you out by bringing socialism, giving you a handout. Vote for us. So how does giving people a handout help your family? Oh, your family relies on handouts. No. Your family is not supposed to rely on handouts. If your family is relying on handouts, there is a structural problem. Your family should not be relying on handouts. Your family should be relying on hard work, not doing drugs, getting good grades, and running businesses. Doing things the right way. How do you go about doing that? Do you run a business by optimizing everything in everyone else's best interest? No, you don't do that. You optimize things by making it in your family's best interest. Because what's in your family's best interest is in everyone else's family's best interest. Now, that excludes corruption, of course. I'm talking about things like outlawing abortion or having police. It's not in your family's best interest to not have police. It's not in your family's best interest to have riots on the streets. It's not in your family's best interest to allow China to do cultural Marxism through Hollywood. not in your family's best interest to lock down the country and bankrupt the economy. It's not in your family's best interest to take away our freedoms one by one until we don't have any sort of freedoms. They're doing it because they're taking away people's freedoms to help someone else out so that they can get them to vote for them. And instead of that, maybe you should try to think about your own family first before you think about another family, because it's just like the plane is crashing. You need to put your own oxygen mask on before you're going to be able to secure someone else's mask. If you do not do that, chances are you're probably going to pass out trying to put the mask on the other person, and then you're just going to die. If you put the mask on yourself, then you'll be able to breathe oxygen and help the other person out. I think I'm done with this article. Sorry about the tangent there. If you like this content, smash that like button. If you think I suck, hit that dislike button, and then tell me how stupid I am in the comments down below. Don't forget, share this video on social media if you want to help the channel grow. And I don't have anything else to say. Thanks. What do we got? In this next article from Newsweek, the number of coronavirus deaths in long-term care facilities exceeds 100,000, more than 1/3 of the U.S. total. This sounds about right. So, in that situation, if they would have gotten anything, they would have died. They would have gotten the flu, they would have died. They would have gotten pneumonia, they would have died. They got COVID because it's flying around, then they died. Reading on the article, numbers of COVID, and they say 19. It's so annoying to you. Do you really have to say COVID-19? Really? Can't you just say COVID? The number of COVID deaths reported in long-term care facilities represents more than 1/3 of the national total. According to Wall Street Journal data analysis published Wednesday, that put the death count at about 164,000 of people who weren't in hospice care. A Johns Hopkins University data tracker showed standing about 261 standing at about 261,000 as of Wednesday, November 25th. U.S. had reported more than 12.7 million cases of COVID since the pandemic began spreading earlier this year. The CDC identifies residents in nursing homes and other long-term facilities as those at high risk, becoming seriously ill if they contract COVID-19, because most residents are older, have underlying health conditions. To prevent the virus's spread within those facilities, the CDC issues guidelines earlier this year for nursing home staff and provided advice for state and local officials to review considering if and how to reopen them. Blah, 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 blah. Yada, 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 yada. Okay, so the thing about COVID is you can't really put the old people's death count in with everybody's death count, because the reason why COVID is so deadly is because it's the novel coronavirus. It's flying around. It's not that the virus itself is particularly deadly. It's that we don't have immunity to it, and that this causes people who have very healthy immune systems to attack the wrong cells in their body. It's called secure acute respiratory syndrome. It's an autoimmune response similar to lupus. These people are not going to get COVID multiple times in their life and then get immunity. They're just going to die before they're going to be able to do that. The young people have an extremely low chance of dying. Those people need to be able to live their lives like normal. So we're trying to save lives here. But what we're doing is we're reducing our population by reducing our birth rate. So this year, we've heavily restricted contact with each other. And this can drop our birth rate something like more than 10%. Last I looked at it, I do believe it was 10%. I don't have those numbers on the top of my head. I don't think they are all in. So it's like we're trying to save some old person's life that is going to die. And we're sacrificing our children in order to do this. And this is stupid. This is stupid. What sense does it make if you're trying to save lives, to prevent people from being born? I thought you were trying to save a life. Like, oh, but that dude had a year left to live. Oh, a whole year. Children are going to live a lot longer than that old person in the hospice care, bro. What is 10% of the babies born? Let's look at how many babies are born each year. There are about 3.85 million babies born in the United States each year right now. That was last year, according to the... Hold on, that was 2017. What's 10% of that? 353... Hold on. That's 385,000 babies. That's a lot more than the number of people who've died from COVID. I don't know about you, but... I'd much rather have the baby who is not at risk of dying for COVID, who's going to live a lot longer, than the old person who's going to die very soon and the morbidly obese person. No offense, people, but other people's lives matter as much as you, and you have to look at quality life years. That's when you're trying to save people's lives from a pandemic, you need to look at quality life years. And right now, the quality of the life right now sucks. People are wanting to kill themselves. Although there's no evidence there's actually an increase in suicide rate as of this point in time. I looked that up yesterday. Read a legit article that pulls into question the notion that there's an increase in suicides. There's just no data. We don't have the data yet to support it. That does not mean that's not happening, but there's no significant increase in a number of places. We can't really generalize that to everywhere else because the suicides might come in all at one time in the middle of the winter here when the lockdowns are kicking here really hard in the next couple of months. But obviously, if you're trying to save people's lives, and we saved like so far it's like 260,000 people died, and then we prevented 380,000 babies from being born. You just took out 383,000 people's lives out of the planet in order to save some people that were obese and were going to die anyways. I mean, I'm not trying to be callous to those people, but you need to think of other people before you think about yourself, too. You can't just be selfish and be like, no, you guys can't associate with each other because I'm in my house and I'm in quarantine and I'm afraid, and that means you guys can't have babies. That doesn't make any sense, dude. That doesn't make any sense, dude. The baby is precious, man. We can't just, stop the entire world because of this pandemic, like, we have to move on, dude. We have to have kids. If we don't have kids, we're going to die. We're already in a position where U.S. birth rate is 1.8 kids per children. Replacement rate is 2.1 kids per children because there's a man and a woman. If you don't have 2 kids, your family line dies off. You can't just like have your whole family be only childs. Your family will die. Your family is mortal. Your genes are mortal. If you want to live, you have to have babies. If you don't have babies, we're dead. So you got to prioritize the best interest of everyone ahead of the best interest of the old and the fat people. If you like this content, don't forget to smash that like or dislike button if you think that I suck and I'm stupid. And if you do think that I'm stupid, tell me down below why it is that I don't know shit and I'm an idiot. And don't forget to share this video on social media if you want to help the channel grow. And I'm supposed to be playing Dungeons and Dragons with my son. I think I went on too many tangents. It's almost 3 hours into the show. I'm going to do a couple of stories, and then I have to get out of here. I was really hoping to get through more stories, but I think I went on some tangents there. I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to get better. You know, I need to hit these stories in 15 minutes or less, but sometimes, you know, I get triggered, and then I go off. Sorry. Hey, man, you know, it's quite interesting when I go off on the right tangent, and I'm just like, just raging, dude. Oops, where's the mouse? In this next article from the New York Post, Australian scientists are surprised to discover that wombats glow under UV lights. Whoa! Those things are so cute. Oh my gosh! Can you make are wombats pets? The world must know. Are wombats actually good pets? Let's check it out. So wombats come under the category of exotic pets since they are a wild species and kept as pets in very rare cases. It's due to their cute and cuddly appearance that people want to keep them as pets and cuddle with them because they look like a mixture of a groundhog with a teddy bear. However, it's necessary to know that adult wombats can become very aggressive and are very dangerous at times. Damn. Are they stinky? I don't know, man. They're too cute, dude. I don't know. I might put up with it, dude. Wombats refer to the burrowing... Yeah, I'm done reading that. I think that's it for this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Smash that like or dislike button. Tell me how stupid I am or how awesome I am in the comments down below. Don't forget to share this video on social media. In this next article from the New York Post, officials say Israel was behind killing of Iranian nuclear scientist, according to a report. Officials on Friday confirmed Iranian allegations that Israel was behind the killing of the Islamic Republic's top nuclear scientist, according to a report. Now, I swear they were lying. When I heard that, I didn't believe it at all. Because the new stereotype is that the Jews are completely innocent. that they don't do anything wrong, that they're just the victim, right? And they're people, dude. I mean, they're going to be just as wrong as everybody else, dude. Their shit stinks just as much as everybody else's. But they're geniuses. Those people are so smart, dude. I wish I could marry a Jew, have a baby with one of those people, dude, because they're just like, man, every single time I read some cool scientific innovation, there's like some Israelis connected with it. And if it's not the Israelis doing with it, it's a company that's connected with the Israeli companies. It's like they are such a hotbed of STEM innovation there that it's just amazing. And one of the reasons why is that people are always trying to kill the Jews. It's like, man, they just got it out for them, dude. It's like ever since they started, it's like they were like slaves in Egypt, and then there are like all these like the Romans coming after them, and then the Nazis killing them. They're anti-Semitic people all throughout time coming after them, and that's what makes me highly respect these people, is because through all odds, these people have survived and triumphed, and people take all of their money, jack everything they have, kill their family, burn their village, and they come back. They come back every time smarter and more well off. And that, to me, that's how you earn my respect. That's definitely something that you got respect. But I don't know what they're trying to do. I wonder if they did this on purpose. Here, let's continue reading it. An unidentified American official and two unidentified intelligence officials told the New York Times that Israel was responsible for the slaying of Moshin Mohsin Fakhrizadeh during the ambush near the capital of Tehran. Officials on Friday confirmed Iranian... Oh, wait, hold on, sorry. I already read that. It's unclear whether the U.S. knew about the attack ahead of the time, but American and Israeli officials have long shared intelligence about Iran, the Times said. Meanwhile, a former high-ranking CIA official told the Washington Post that Fakhrizadeh's slaying appeared to be linked to President Trump's electoral loss to President-elect Joe Biden. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so I think I'm trying to think a little bit about the motivations. There was another article that I read that was kind of connected. Okay, yeah. Okay, so they were planning, the Israeli government was doing drills last week to prepare for some sort of military conflict with Iran. They said based on the 2020 elections. I'm not buying it. Okay, I didn't, full disclosure, I already said this before, but I didn't buy the Iranians' story either, that it was the Israelis that killed their scientist guy, but maybe that's true. You never know with the news today. Could be fake, could be real, could be a disinformation campaign. Don't really know too much about this, whether or not that's actually happening. Let's see. The loss of President-elect Joe Biden. He's not President-elect Joe Biden. He's not. The Electoral College has not met yet. You cannot say he's President-elect. You can say he's projected President-elect, but he's not President-elect because he's not been elected yet. The Electoral College has not been certified yet. They haven't voted. The people voted. That doesn't mean the Electoral College isn't going to say China Joe, a.k.a. the Groper, the White House Groper, The one, if you're not familiar with this story, I mean, it's wild, man. This Groper Joe dude, aka China Joe, the one whose crackhead son was getting hundreds of millions of dollars, no, billions of dollars in contracts to his company from the Chinese Nazi Party. This dude used to streak around the White House when he lived there, just walk around naked, and he would grope women. Not while he was naked. He would grope women. So there was one story where a Secret Service agent had to be pulled or restrained to prevent him from punching Joe after Groper Joe groped his girlfriend at a White House event. It's true. You can look it up. It actually happened. He's literally streaking White House Groper Joe. Like, the dude's creepy as it gets, man. Not only is it creepy as it gets, his son's was a crackhead who was getting billion-dollar contracts from the Chinese Nazi Party for his company, as well as other multi-million-dollar kickbacks, because they couldn't just give the money to China Joe, because that would just be blatant corruption. Instead, they funneled the money through his crackhead son, Hunter Biden. There's no way I could ever accept this dude as my president. In fact, I now actually support that all of the red states in the country actually secede from the United States, and that we kick out all of the big cities, every last one of them, because the entire point of why we have this electoral college in the first place is for one reason and one reason alone: to help unite people with differing opinions, dramatically differing opinions. And the way that they when the Constitution was getting ratified, you had the slave states. These slave states were smaller states. They didn't have as large cities like the North. And so in order to get them to sign into the Union, because when you vote and you're in a democracy and then you got a large city that has a lot more people, it ends up being the people in the city end up controlling everything. And what they knew about people in the city is that they're extremely tyrannical. The mob is tyrannical as it gets. It is. It's mob justice. There's no justice in mob justice. It is just that. It is a bunch of people committing crimes, trying to get back at people without a trial. Oftentimes the person is innocent. So we made the Electoral College because they say the Electoral College is racist. This is stupid. There's no truth to that at all. No, the racist people dramatically disagreed with the Democrats. The Democrats completely disagreed. And the only way we got the landmass in, allowing us to be the gigantic country of America that became the world's #1 superpower, was that we allowed the rural states to have a little bit more say to prevent the cities, the big cities, from controlling politics. I mean, obviously, this is a good idea because most socialist punks come from big cities. In the USSR, it was socialist punks from the big cities who went through the countryside and killed people, because people in the countryside are typically capitalists, because you need a lot of people to perpetrate the socialist scam. Because when people stop working, you don't get the production. The only way you can get the production is through the hard-working people out in the country. They use them as slaves. Who wants to be a part of that? I don't want to be a slave for some rich douchebag Democrat in some Democrat-run shithole city where they're controlling the elections. So we need to break off from the United States of America, and we need to be the something else. I don't know. Because those people don't represent us. They don't. Washington, D.C. does not represent America one bit at all. Washington, D.C. is deep state. Hardcore deep state. If you're unfamiliar with what the deep state is, Most federal employees work around the Washington, D.C. area. This is where the deep state's at. The deep state, and in these areas, they hire, or in Washington, D.C. and the surrounding areas, they mainly hire people who live in the local area. And then they import as many of the best and brightest as they can. But the people who live in that area have family, and typically have family in that area and friends in that area. And these family and friends, in these communities, the staple job to get is to work for the federal government. That's the good, high-paying job. Like back in the day, there used to be the lumber mill or the factory, and then or the what was that? Another good job in the mines, and that was where people got their good income at. But then, and so in Washington, D.C., friends and family members oftentimes refer other friends and family members to get jobs. When you do this, you create a deep state, because these people have a culture in Washington, D.C. It's very anti-racist. It's very much so. It's very much so feminist. It's very much so anti-xenophobic. This is because of the Civil Rights Act, I think 1868, and then there was another one in 1960. No, it's not. It's one in 1800 and one was in 1968. There's both of those Civil Rights Act created what is called institutionalized anti-racism. And recently we've gotten institutionalized feminism. So when you have institutionalized anti-racism and feminism, the families in the local area will also, too, start to believe this anti-racist woke garbage bullshit. When they do that, they fire anybody else who they view is racist, sexist, or xenophobic. This creates a good old boys network where they are allowed to commit crimes, and because they have institutionalized anti-racism, it causes them to target people that are a threat to this system. This system allows their families to stay at the top. Because of that, they have been targeting Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is the quote-unquote racist, sexist, xenophobe. That's why they hate Donald Trump so much, because he said, grab her by the pussy, build the wall, and he criticizes the crime in the African-American community. And this makes him a racist, sexist, xenophobe to them. And this causes them to break the law using their good old boys network, and it creates a deep state. It's a very real thing. There's no spooky shit with it. It's not any conspiracy. It's a bunch of woke, anti-racist, privileged white people. And trust me, they are privileged AF white people. When they attack white privilege, it's because they can come up in the social hierarchy by doing that, because it allows them to exclude the white males that they don't want there, because they can replace them with a minority or a woman. When you replace them with the woman's going to be more agreeable on average. That allows them to maintain their status at the top of the ivory tower. We got to take them out by all means necessary. We do. We have to. So we're probably going to have to secede from the United States. We cannot be a part of a society where the people in the big cities that we hate these people. We do not like their politics. We don't like their crime. We don't like their anti-racism. We don't like their feminism. We don't like their anti-xenophobia. And because people think that it's like you're like bad if you're racist. It's like, okay, what about the Asians that don't like other Asians? What about the Japanese that don't like the Chinese, or the Chinese that don't like the Japanese? What about them? Oh, no, that's okay. They're not white. What people don't understand is that there's something called a social immune system. Social immune system developed naturally. I learned this from Steven Pinker, world famous psychologist. It was on the Joe Rogan show. I'd highly recommend checking out that Steven Pinker Joe Rogan podcast. Great show. So Steven Pinker was talking about the social immune system. Steven Pinker also came out with universal morals. Definitely you need to know that. You need to know that. That is that's why he's famous. Like that is like some groundbreaking stuff. He proved that all cultures around the world share the same set of 5 classifications of morals: fairness, cleanliness, authority, self-protection, and group loyalty, right? Yeah. Cleanliness, authority, group loyalty, self-protection, and did I miss one? Well, anyways, so he was talking about racism, and as it turns out, racism actually evolved to protect us from diseases and xenophobia too. Because back in the day, if you were around somebody from very far away, that person was highly likely to have a disease that you were not immune to, such as smallpox that wiped out up to 85% of the American Indians, most of which had never, ever seen a white man before. They had no idea what's going on. They thought it was spirits taking out their people because they did something wrong. Because they didn't know anything about diseases. And so racism and xenophobia developed as a method to protect ourselves not only from diseases, but also from invading groups of people that would come through and slaughter your village. They would kill you. So you're trying to say that people are bad because they're racist? No. Racism is just a part of human nature. It's something that is there to protect us. It's like white blood cells in your immune system. White blood cells are some nasty predators, dude. They will kill. They do. And it's to protect us. So you can't say that racist and xenophobic people are bad because it's all relative. Everything, all morality is relative because of the universal. Oh, hey, Steven Pinker. Universal morals. Your morals are all based on the 5 universal moral classifications: cleanliness, authority, self-protection, group loyalty, and wait. I always forget them, dude. I always forget one. Pure cleanliness, authority, group loyalty, fairness. Fairness, yeah, fairness. This is the one that the liberals are obsessed with. This is what makes liberals fundamentally dangerous. Liberals prioritize fairness above everyone else, everything else. So to them, fairness is at the top. We're going to put 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. God, I always forget one. Used to be that I would forget cleanliness. Then I would get the fairness right because I was talking about fairness, but now it's changed. So, because it's like in Islamic countries where they'll chop your hand off if you steal. To them, that's more moral because it's group, it's authority, and it's group loyalty. Your loyalty is to the group. If you steal from the group, you have violated your the moral of group loyalty. Also, cleanliness also came, like eating pork in the Judaist religion, or actually Muslims also don't eat pork. That is cleanliness, and it's because you used to get sick from a disease. So to say that, well, okay, so what does racism violate in these? What of these morals does racism and xenophobia violate? Doesn't violate self-protection. It's for self-protection. Doesn't violate group loyalty. It's for group loyalty. Doesn't violate authority. By definition, it is authority. It's not about cleanliness. Fairness. It violates the moral of fairness. The ones that the liberals prioritize above everything else. This is why you should like and subscribe to this channel. I might go off on tangents, but you'll learn something. I've spent most of my adult life reading news articles and doing engineering. So I do come out with some gems. I say some not stupid things every once in a while, mixed in with some stupid things that I try to make as funny as possible. Go back to this thing. So where were we at? We were at Iranians, and they started going off on Steven Pinker, and then the thing with the thing. Oh, yeah, the deep state. So the deep state is very much so anti-racist, and they will use their good old boys network in order to target their political enemies, such as Donald Trump, because he's the essentially a third-party candidate. Essentially, he was not an establishment candidate, and that's why they hated him so bad. They put so much stuff in the news about him is because he was a known quantity before. He was famous before. He was the apprentice. He was Donald Trump, the guy that owned Trump Tower. Famous guy from the 80s. That's why. It's because he's newsworthy. It's because he wasn't part of the crony establishment. He wasn't in with Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and the Bushes and the woke anti-racist. He was not with those people. Absolutely not with the deep state crew. He was the antagonist to the deep state. And so this made him a very big threat because their job was based upon them able to control the ascendants to the top of the ivory tower. That's the entire scam that these people, these liberals, have perpetrated on you. In particular, the Democrats. Not all liberals are bad. They just prioritize fairness above everything else. And then this causes them to, instead of work in their own family best interest and their own best interest, it causes them to work in the best interest of other people, and it makes them extremely corrupt. And it's because of these Steven Pinker universal morals. Absolutely. These universal morals are one of the most important concepts in psychology to understand. I studied psychology in college before I got into engineering, so that's how I know a lot of this stuff. I was kind of like a jack of all trades, master of programming. Pretty good at making audio interfaces, sound cards, and stuff too. But I got kicked out of the ivory tower because I questioned the power structure. I'm one of those kinds of people that, like, you'd say something, I'm like, no, I'll prove you wrong. Now I'm not like that anymore. I'm tired of proving everybody wrong. But I did actually write the fastest way to print a number, actually. And if you don't believe me, you can actually check me out. I'm on GitHub, script2, github.com. If you are a computer scientist, I got a really, really, really cool C++ SDK with the fastest number printing algorithm. It's a integer algorithm that optimizes all the floating point numbers. So it's Kabuki Starship. GitHub.com/Kabuki Starship /script2. And you can find it in the wiki. Fastest method to print integers and floating point numbers. And it is an integer printing algorithm that optimizes the floating point printing algorithm. So it optimizes all of the number printing algorithms. Got some cool math in there. So you see, I'm not a bozo. But that's the, What does this have to do with anything? You should contribute to my open source projects. Yeah. Well, it's actually really cool code. Really cool. The way it's got a really cool unit test library on it. The way that it's unit tested, I think, is the best. The way that it's set up compiles the whole code, aside from setup and teardown time, the one translation unit takes about a second to compile. And then there's like 4 or 5 extra seconds in there. But it compiles just like that with no modules or anything. Sorry, going off on a tangent. So, quote, the operation reflects thinking of those in the Israeli government and or the Trump administration who see these next few weeks as their last chance to make relationships with Iran as bad as possible in an effort to spoil the Biden administration effort to return to diplomacy with Tehran. Quote unquote, said Paul Pillar, now a senior fellow at Georgetown University Center for Security Studies. Says the ivory tower liberal at the far leftist university. Right. I don't believe this in any way, shape, or form. I don't believe for a moment that Donald Trump is trying to sabotage the Middle East peace deal that he is famous for. No, absolutely not. These people are trying to sabotage Trump's Middle East peace deal that he is famous for because they're deep state. This dude's deep state. That is deep state. That's what deep state does. They're liars. Corrupt people in universities, in Washington, D.C. They're all in cahoots together to maintain their anti-racist, woke power structure that allows them to stay at the top of the ivory tower. That's the whole game. That's something you learn when you start to run businesses like I do, is there's a power structure. There's existing players. They have lots of money. Their families have jobs. Their jobs pay a lot of money. They're not giving them up. You try to mess with that stuff, dude, they're coming after you, bro. Trust me, anytime I've ever messed with their stuff, they've always come after me because they're petty, vindictive masters. Read the 48 Laws of Power. They're petty, vindictive masters. That's what it is. They have their entire life's identity wrapped up in their career. Like this Georgetown law professor, his entire identity is as a law professor at Georgetown University and as what else? It was a former something for CIA or blah, blah, blah. Former high-ranking CIA of deep state. So a deep state official says this, who's working at the far leftist university. Trump pulled out of the Iran deal, formerly known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or JCPOA. Really? I can see that. I can see that right there. I mean, maybe you put it in parentheses so that you could... Did they do it? Wow, hey, we got bozoed journalism. Look, hey, they bozoed it. Look, it's a bozo. Look. So let me explain to you how to write good literature. I learned this writing court documents and from being a computer programmer. Okay, when you put in the abbreviation here, it's for one purpose and one purpose only, so that you can refer to it later on in the document, right? So if I'm trying to put this in a court document, I would put in the beginning, this is the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, and then I would put hereby referred to as this if I'm trying to be formal. If I'm not being formal, I just put it in parens, or I'll put it in the definitions section. I've written a lot of documents. But this is slop. That's slop. You're not supposed to put or JCPOA. I'm trying to read this. I'm a human. I don't care. Nobody's going to say Jacoba. Is it Jacob? Hold on. You could say it's Jacoba. Jocoba. Good Jocoba. But this just makes no sense. Don't do that. Save yourself some time. Don't write that. It's there to refer to reference later. But there's no reference beyond that. It's the end of the article. So if you like this content, make sure you smash the like button. If you think I'm stupid and I suck, smash that dislike button. Tell me how stupid I am in the comments below. Don't forget to share this video on social media. How much do I have left? Okay, I need to, well, I mean, to be 100% honest, I'm having lots of video problems with, I have a laptop, I got OBS, and my camera, and I'm using a GoPro, and then it's like using a bunch of Elgato cam links, and they don't work very well on laptops with limited USB ports with multiple cameras. Like, I want to go over to this other, I've got another camera so I could do green screen in the studio, and I spent a lot of money on it, and then none of it's working. And, you know, I had it working, but it's like supposed to be blank. It just doesn't show up. It's OBS and the laptop. It's, you can only, if you're trying to get into streaming, I know this is probably, you know, many people might not care, but if you're going to get into streaming and you're going to be with OBS and you're going to use a laptop, you can only have one camera on a USB hub. So if you're having a laptop, don't try to use too many cameras. It just won't work. Oops. There it is. All right. So how many more do I got? I think I'm past the time where I could play Dungeons and Dragons. I pinky swore with my son I was going to do that. I feel bad. But you know what? I was trying to get the cameras on most today and most of yesterday too. Just nonstop. Just tweaking cameras, trying to like plug this in, move these things around, like get to change the wire. Sometimes the wire goes out. Like the HDMI cable. Frustrating. All right. So what else do we got? Before I think about it, I got to open this up in the browser so I can put it in the browser history. So I can give you links. In this next article from Hacker News, British engineers develop process to turn moon dust into oxygen. What? Give me a break. Really? I mean, honestly, I've also too worked on some of these techniques to just for, I have a CO2 sequestration machine, but that's wow. Woo! If you're interested in my CO2 sequestration machine, I am looking for an investor. It's very cool. It's a biomimicked ice lung, breathes in the CO2, similar to the process of breathing, and then I'm extracting it using a water heater. It's like might be the world's most efficient water heater. Actually, it's very good. Okay, so it's not going to work in freezing climates, but non-freezing climates, it's really nice, actually. And you could actually use it underground. I don't know how to do every last little thing about it. I know I can tap geothermal energy through putting frozen ice water in the ground. So I am looking for an investor I could blow up with this. Sorry, tangent alert. Washington, U.S., November 27th, paren, ANI, close paren, colon. British engineers are fine-tuning a process that will be used to extract oxygen from lunar dust, leaving behind metal powders that could be 3D printed into construction materials for a moon base. What? That's killer. Could be an early step to establishing an extraterrestrial oxygen extraction plant. It would help to enable exploration and sustain life on the moon while avoiding the enormous cost of sending materials from Earth. That'd be, I mean, that's like that's the win-win. That's like you can't get any better than that. You're like, oh, we got oxygen and we got metals to 3D print the thing with. Like, what? 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 The oxygen generated would mostly be used to make rocket fuel, but it could also provide air for lunar settlers. The project is part of ESA's preparations to establish a permanent and sustainable lunar presence. Astronauts will live and work on the moon, where they will help to develop and test technologies needed for missions further into deep space. Wow, can we make it to Titan? Man. Well, what is it? Is it no, Titan's the one in Jupiter. What's the one that's sorry, Titan's Titan's in Jupiter, right? Right? Is that the one where they got the water? Can somebody put in the comments what was the planet that has, or the moon surrounding one of the planets in our solar system that has a bunch of water, has like water jets spraying out? I think it's Titan. Mars has Phobos and Deimos, right? Yeah, so Titan would probably be. Yeah, I think that's the one. That's the one. I personally think we might be able to live there by what I've read, but I don't know enough about that. Why don't you tell us in the comments down below? Do you think we could live on Titan? See, because if we could, man, woo! It's not just this moon, dude. We could. Most moons are going to be somewhat similar to this. I wonder if it works on asteroids too. I personally would like to build a machine to harvest asteroids. Kind of like that. I just like the science behind it. And I have an interactive gym environment and educational kit I'm working on to build robotics using my serial Chinese room interprocess and telemetry protocol and the automaton standard code for information interchange contiguous data structure. They allow me to do some cool asynchronous stuff for machine learning, as well as some very interesting A-star algorithms. So, reading on the article, the project is part of, lunar regolith, the thin layer of dust rock that blankets the moon, is not so different from the minerals found on Earth. By weight, it contains about 45% oxygen, which is bound to metals such as iron, titanium, making it unavailable. The British company Metallysis has already developed a mineral extraction process that is used by industries on Earth to produce metals for manufacturing. Earlier this year, it was demonstrated to work well with simulated lunar regolith. The electrochemical process takes place in specifically designed chamber that ones used for research are about the same size as a washing machine. Oxygen's containing metal is submerged in molten salt heated at 950 degrees Celsius. A current is then passed through it, which triggers the oxygen to be extracted and migrated across a liquid salt that collects the electrode, leaving behind a mixture of metal powders. You know what? This is very similar to what I was working on. Actually, I was actually using molten salt, and I was actually trying to extract oxygen with it. I just couldn't. I don't have any funds to do it. Like I got kicked out the ivory tower by the woke anti-racist because I am not part of their white privilege power structure. And so this causes me to criticize the petty vindictive master and question the dogma of the groupthink, and then I'm out, bro, real quick. All I gotta do is just like open up my mouth for like 30 seconds. They're like, this guy's a problem. He's gotta go. You're like, what? Seriously? What a little fucking punk. The moment you say anything like that to them, they turn into spineless little bitches, dude. They're like, you can't do that. This is polite society. So we're gonna kick you out. Like, how polite is that? So nobody can call you a punk or a little bitch because you're a spineless, weak, fucktard. Let me get this straight. You can't take any sort of insults at all? Really? Doesn't that make you a spineless coward? It does. It actually does. It means that the moment the shit hits the fan and people start getting stressed out, you're going to turn into a little bitch, huh? definitely not going to be working for my company. That's for sure. As part of the current project, Metallicis engineers are fine-tuning the technique with this lunar application in mind. The big difference is that on Earth, the oxygen generated is not needed, but in space, it will be the most important product of the process. This means it's needed to be engineered to produce as much of the gas as possible. Now, what I was trying to do is stick the molten salt in the middle of a spaceship. And so what I was doing was absorbing the water, basically using the water absorption to push people in to do a artificial gravity. And so the way that you do this is you coat the outside of the spaceship with ice in a big ball, and then you put molten salt in the middle with non-molten salt on the outside. And what happens is the heat causes the air to rush towards the center, and it causes a little bit of force that pushes down. And it doesn't do too much to help the bone density problem, though. It was kind of like, sounded like a good idea, but then, the reality was like, okay, well, we got something in there that can cause gravity. Like, we need the salt for things. We need the ice on the outside so we can have some water. And then I have this cool, really neat. It's called a light emitting vacuumed gas drive, and it's a theoretical close to light speed engine where I thought maybe you could break the light speed, but I'm starting to think maybe, Einstein is definitely smarter than me. Yeah, in fact, actually, that's kind of true. Yeah. But see, the problem is like when you're going the speed of light, and then light moves, like how fast does that go? And there's some issues in physics that I don't think that I thought too well through. But anyways, it's really a neat spaceship idea. It's like you're like trying to smash all this junk into this pile of ice, and then you extract it through a water boiling process in order to vacuum gases out of space, because you're going so fast that the whatever particles are in the space end up going into the front of the spaceship. That is called a Kabuki Starship. If you're interested, that's what my startup is called. It's called the Kabuki Starship. But anyways, thank you for if you like this video, smash that like button. If you think that I am stupid, I don't know what I'm talking about, hit that dislike button. Tell me why I'm stupid and why you're right in the comments down below. Don't forget to share this video on social media. If you would like to see the channel grow, okay, we got to at least get to Ghislaine Maxwell. I got to peek around. How much news do we have for today? Okay, it's not... How fast can I cover these? I'm going to prioritize them by going through the one that I have to do first. Okay. From the Daily Mail, Black teenager tased by cops on his own doorstep as he yells for his father in body cam footage. What's your first thought when you heard that title? I mean, don't read this part. Don't read this part. Don't. Sorry. When you read the title, what's your first thought? White cop hunting down unarmed black man. Right? It's the white cop kills unarmed black man narrative. It's the thing that's causing the race riots. It's a fake news method. Now, they did say right underneath it, Zeke Rayford, 18, ran a red light in Schultz, Texas on November 2nd and refused to pull over when signaled by officers. Frank Shavara and Mega Fisley, according to their report. But they want you to click on it. So they say, white cop kills unarmed black man. Or in this case, white cop beats unarmed black man. Because they're anti-racist trash. They're attention whores. They're clickbait artists. Now, Daily Mail, I knock them, but they're very entertaining. I'm going to say this show wouldn't exist without the Daily Mail and Fake News Week. Hold on, the Daily Fake Mail and Fake News Week and New York Fake Post and the Nonsense Public Radio. Let's see. So Zeke, he held his arms up, but then he ran to the door to ask his father for help. Zeke was tackled on the ground like he should have been. And they kicked him multiple times, and he was tased by the officers. The teenagers had less than 2 ounces of marijuana, and he has been charged. What? Pot's illegal over there still? What? What world am I living in? In my state, all the drugs are illegal, dude. You can bang heroin, man. You could smoke crack, dude. You could smoke meth in Oregon. You could like weed. You're like, I didn't even mention weed at first because it's like it's been legal for so long. You're like, what? Weed's illegal there? Wow. I mean, we're in 2020. What? I mean, what world are we in? But the officers' actions have caused an outcry, and they're under investigation. So what? Like somebody posted something up on the internet that like white cop beat the black kid, right? So that's like has caused an outcry. I mean, yeah, it's true. You know, it caused an outcry from one or more people, right? It's clickbait. Look, these people got their own take on this. You got to read. Okay, y'all ain't reading through all these news articles like I am. Because I got kicked out the Ivory Tower because I question the petty vindictive master. I personally think he's a jerk. Not only that, he's not really that good at what he does, dude. He's kind of sucks, dude. What you have to understand about Europe are they have hate speech laws. So in Europe, you can't discriminate against anyone based upon race, gender. In France, they just added regional accent. I mean, that's stupid. I would rather be dead than live in Europe. Europe is a shithole as far as I'm concerned. I would never want to live in a country that banned hate speech. That banned free speech. Because what you do, they goalpost move. So once you ban hate speech, people are forced to self-censor. Once people self-censor and you've made that the norm, then they engage in goalpost shifting. They move the goalpost, and then now all of a sudden something that used to not be considered racist is racist. Now you can't wear an Amerindian headdress because that's cultural appropriation. It's like, wait a minute. Yo ass is wearing a suit to court. Yo ass is wearing a t-shirt with something printed on by a white man. And you saying I can't wear an Amerindian headdress? Give me a fucking break, dude. You can F off with your cultural appropriation garbage. You're not allowed to eat pizza because that's Italian. You're culturally appropriating Italy. No, you're not allowed to eat Chinese food. No, that's for Chinese people only. You're not allowed to eat Mexican food. You're not a Latino. Only Latinos can eat Mexican food, right? Shut the fuck up. Really, for real, shut up. We're so sick and tired of your cultural appropriation bullshit. All of this woke anti-racist shit. Just shut up. Here, let's watch the video of the perp.
Ah! Dad! 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 Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Ah! Get on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. Hands. Yes. Dad! Stand on the ground, dude. Bro, chill. What are y'all doing? Dad! Fighting. Dad! Stop resisting, dude. Stop. Stop resisting. Dad! You're under arrest right now. Do you understand that? You're under arrest. Turn the around. Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest. Okay. Dad! Dad! Ah! Okay. I'm on the ground. Dad! Okay. No! No! Okay. Dad! Get up! Dad! Ah! Okay. I'm gonna give you the on the ground. Put Dad! Ow! Ow! He's on your arrest.
Maybe it was a little bit too far, but, you know, when you're squirming on the ground, you know, people can say, I'm not resisting arrest. I'm not resisting arrest. And they might be lying because they're squirming. And you know what? My cat last night, trying to get out. And like my son, kind of a little bit too rough with the cat. My son came in and the cat started freaking out, wanted to get out. I picked up the cat. The cat started resisting arrest. And then the cat scratched me, put a hole in my shirt, and I booted the cat out. And the cat was squirming. And then I went to try to put the cat inside. And then cat was again trying to claw me. I mean, this cat loves me to death. Yeah. I was upset that he clawed my shirt. And I was a little bit tyrannical. And the cat did not know what it was doing. The cat was just afraid and was doing what it was doing out of a reflex. So, yeah, there was some knees in there. What is this, a black cop? You know, you can't just run away from the cops. And if you do, and they tase you and they start beating you on the ground, you deserved it. You deserved every last little bit of it. Doesn't matter if you're a scared kid. The kid, we don't know if the dad's going to come out of the door with a gun or what. You run on private property, somebody can come in with a gun. You need to follow the officer's orders. And in the end, this kid's going to have a story for him to tell all of his friends. And in the end, he wasn't hurt that bad. In the real world, dudes are tough. We get into fights. People break each other's nose, their bones, ribs. They kick you in the groin. You might not be able to have a baby anymore. Like, people are raw. The cops are way less brutal than most people who are going to give you a beatdown. So, in general, probably should listen to every order that they say, and you should practice not resisting arrest, because it is, reflexes do kick in, but it doesn't matter whether or not you're having a reflex response and you start squirming around looking like you might be trying to grab the cop's gun. When somebody is pointing a gun at you, you don't move, make sudden movements. You comply because the dude might kill you. You should do the same thing with the police. Now, yeah, I'm going to let the courts decide that. I can't tell. Do you want to look at it again? Let's look at it again. Here, let's go full screen.
Because I'm talking about damage to property.
What is the crime right now?
Damage to property.
What property?
They said somebody was hitting some...
Where's the property that was damaged?
We're asking.
Bro, put the light on me, I was talking about damage.
Oh, wait, this is a different dude. Sorry. Here's the video again.
Ah! Dad! 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 Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Ah! Get on
Poor kid.
the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground.
Hands
Dad!
Stand on the ground, dude.
Bro, chill. What are y'all doing? Dad!
Fighting.
Dad!
Stop resisting.
He is
dude.
resisting.
Stop resisting.
Dad!
Dad!
You're under arrest right now. Do you understand that? You're under arrest. Turn the around. Put your hands behind your back.
Yeah, I mean, this is a sad story. I don't know what to say, man.
Dad! Ah! Okay. I'm on the ground. Dad!
See, now he's stopping to resist. Then she kicks him. I think that might have been a little, I don't know. I'm going to let the courts decide on that.
Ah! Okay. I'm gonna give you again. On the ground. Dad! Ow! Ow!
He's under arrest.
All right, so for all the guys listening, if you're young, I'm going to be the tough dad that you don't have. Don't be a little whiny bitch like that. Don't be like flipping out, screaming like you're a coward. You need to have a spine. You need to not be cowardly and act like that, because it's really cowards. And I mean, he's a kid. He's 18. Hold on, he's 18. No, this kid's 18. No, this isn't a kid. This is an adult. This is a grown man. But obviously, he's at his parents' house, so he's still a kid, maybe. Not a kid. No, he's an adult. So there's no justification as to what he did, other than he's not mature enough. But don't be a coward. Take the beating like a man. Because if you want to win the fight, you can't flip out. You can't look, you got to understand, when you're fighting people, a lot of times towards that end of the fight, it's kind of like who's going to give up first, who's going to tap out. If you're showing signs of weakness, like I'm the coward who's screaming and squirming all around and crying, you lost. You just got your ass kicked, handed to you. If you want to win the fight, you got to stay calm. You got to you got to have more stamina. You got to outlast the other people. This looks like a tragedy. I don't think that she should have tased. I personally wouldn't have kicked him. She need him. But who knows? Maybe there was something we didn't see. This is the problem with these body cam footages. Is like there's stuff that we didn't see. Like, what did we see when he was down here on the ground? Let's look at it again.
You're under arrest right
Here's
now.
the
You
kicking
understand that?
scene.
You're under arrest. Turn the around. Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest.
Okay. Dad!
Pussy.
Oh,
Daddy, come save me! Oh my God! This is what I'm interested in, is this knee.
I'm on the ground! Dad! I'm on the ground! Dad! Okay. I'm on the ground!
We don't need to listen to that over again, but we're going to look at this just a couple of more times. Look at the knee. I think he was squirming. I don't know what to think about that. I don't. It looks like he's squirming, and she's trying to get his knees into the position where she can get them, and he's not putting them there. I mean, it looks kind of like out of line. They're female officers. You know, this guy's a guy. You also have to think, they don't know if this guy's going to get up and run, too. I don't know if that justifies it. I mean, it looks like his legs are... It looks like his legs are... Where... I'm not a judge. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know enough about the situation. It's like that Jacob Blake, the rapist guy. So when you look at the Jacob Blake thing, like they originally showed this, where was the... Don't have it here. Sorry. No, that wasn't it. So the Jacob Blake, here's the video. This is what we're looking for. Don't allow VR access. Like, don't do that.
A second angle that was released yesterday, which we're going to play for people right now, which does show Blake interacting with the police.
So the original
beforehand.
video that was circulating around showed you on the other side of the car. They didn't show you. The cops were on the other side, and they were hidden from view. And they didn't see that the guy had a knife in his hand.
It's chilling, and remember, there are children in the car there, but it's that video.
That shooting of
And
the use of deadly force, but
So that view that they showed you, you could actually see the altercation that they were having. But the other view that they didn't show you was the... Where's the video on the other side of the car? Was this the... Like, oh, look at this guy. He's so nice. Look at him with his girlfriend. That's his second cousin. You're like, oh, he looks so nice, except for the fact that he's a woman beater and he raped his girlfriend, and that's why the cops were there. That wasn't it. No, not what we're trying to look for. We're trying to look for this one. This was the scene.
Going to follow that breaking news from.
Was this scene. So they showed you this. And then on that side, you didn't see what he actually did. Let's go back and see what he actually... So they just show you part of it. Oh, come on. All you see is Jacob Blake coming around the other side. You don't see the cops and what's going on. All you see is just walking away with a knife in his hand and then trying to get in the car to drive off with the kids in the car, and then the cop shot him. And then when it looks like from that angle, looks like the cops are guilty. But then you take into account the other angle that we just watched a moment ago, and you can see the full story. So I don't know if this is the same in this scenario where we didn't get the full story or what. It seems as though I don't have enough evidence. I think personally it kind of leaned towards that looked out of line. Maybe wouldn't be necessary, but you'd have to take into account the rest of the body and what happened, and the fact that he was resisting arrest, still on the ground, even though he's just squirming. He's trying to tell you, I'm not resisting arrest. I don't know. I mean, he seems to be a repeating scenario where somebody's like kind of seems like they say I'm not resisting arrest, but then they're still kind of resisting arrest, but it's kind of like they're having like motor responses that they can't really control. Like they're squirming and it's like they're scared, and then maybe the cops got aggression or adrenaline going. It seems like that seems to be kind of the case with what's going on. All right, so that's it for this story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Or hold on. If you like this video, smash that like button. If you thought it sucked, smash the dislike button. Tell me how stupid I am in the comments and why you're right. And if you want to help this channel grow, feel free to share this video on social media because that is the best way that you can actually help us grow. Oops. So what do we got? Do we have anything else? This is going to be the last article, and then I'm out. Audi 5. From the Daily Mail, Trump blasts Twitter for suspending account of Pennsylvania ally. Here's again an example of the fake news narrative where they can't just tell you that they suspended a Pennsylvania, what was it, senator? Did he just say Republican allies? I thought, okay, like what does that mean? I do believe this guy is a prominent senator, actually. So the fake news narrative that you don't see because you don't analyze RSS feeds like I do is that it's clickbait. It's designed to put out X free articles to get Y subscriptions for Z profit. It's not designed as a public service for you. The media is not some benevolent corporation that is here to help you. They already wrote the article about the Pennsylvania ally. This is a duplicate where they're putting in buzzwords. They put in Trump because Trump is the current source of most of their income. I don't know about most, actually. I'm going to retract that. A large percentage of their income is coming from Donald Trump because he is the king of memes, the guy from The Apprentice who owns Trump Tower, who said, grab her by the pussy and build the wall, lock her up, and Mexico's not sending us their finest people. And so they're just trying to piggyback on Trump's popularity to get you to, and all of these articles are written for a target audience. That's something you don't understand. Let's read on the article. It says, President Donald Trump, the king of memes, continued his rant against Twitter, criticizing the social media company for suspending the account of his Republican allies in Pennsylvania. It's really frustrating, man. Like, because they can't just tell you they suspended a prominent senator. Hold on, I want to look at see what this guy was. I'm going to read this before I make that comment. He blasted this. Hold on. This is, quote, this is what communist countries do, end quote. Trump tweeted Friday morning. Twitter suspended the account of Pennsylvania State Senator Doug Mastriano, who led Wednesday's hearing-style event on presidential vote in that state. Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor, attended, and Trump called into a hearing. The king of memes posted and shared 12 tweets on Thanksgiving holiday. What does that have to do with it? 12 tweets about this? 14 tweets about this? I don't know. Not very clear. The king of memes then blasted Twitter, accusing it of manipulating its trending topic section. I 100% agree. I think that they are doing this to, one, throw blue meat to the base, two, to make their platform seem like it's anti-Trump because most people on Twitter are Democrats, and most Democrats are anti-Trump. And they're doing it to control elections because they have a political agenda. And in order to maximize their amount of money, they need their political candidate in. Their political candidate cannot be against them. Donald Trump wants to take away Twitter's Section 230 platform protections, which they are abusing. They're not allowed to censor you. They're only allowed to categorize information. They're not allowed to hide it from everyone because it's an information categorization service. The reason why they got Section 230 platform protections on Twitter is so that the internet could grow, so that it could, our copyright laws and our it is our copyright laws, but our tort laws and our copyright laws wouldn't affect the growth of the internet. So they gave them limited protections for information categorization services, so they weren't like a newspaper. So in a newspaper, you can write a letter to the editor, and that is functionally identical to writing a comment or making a post on social media. If that newspaper publishes that comment, and that comment is defamatory, libel, or slander, or some other tort law, such as copyright violation, that newspaper is held accountable for that speech, even though it was not them doing the speaking, and it was because they edited the speech, and it does not matter whether or not it was somebody else who wrote it. They edited it, then they published it, and they are a publisher, and that's why you can sue a newspaper for libel and slander and copyright violations. But the social media companies have been getting a pass on this. Twitter has been acting as a news agency, as a news publisher, when they do their fact corrections and labeling misleading content, and they target their political enemies. They don't target Democrats. They let whatever their nonsense is go. They only target conservatives, and it's because they look at the conservatives, and it's because the conservatives have more engaging content. People engage with their content more, but they don't like on the content as much. Conservatives are much more conservative with what they like. They'll watch it and they'll engage with it, but then they won't like it or dislike it, and it's because they're being conservative. So Twitter has been manipulating our elections, along with Facebook. They've been tracking people all around the internet, and they've been using this data in order to maximize their profits. And by maximizing their profits, they have to control the politics. They want to be able to control which politicians get the mic, and they want to be able to take it away from you whenever they want to. This allows them to maintain control so that they could have a monopoly on the market. This is antithetical to Section 230. It is. Section 230 is for one reason and one reason alone, to provide for innovation on the internet, to allow users to speak their mind freely without the corporations censoring everything that they say, like newspapers. Because if they did that, they would have killed the growth of the internet. I'm not sure if that's true. I think we just wouldn't have had social media. I think the world might have been a much better place. Social media is a horrible place. It's a very depressing, lonely place. The algorithms are there to maximize the amount of time that you spend on social media. They will actually spend some crazy number of millions of dollars. I can't quote you the exact amount, just to tweak the viewership by 0.1 to 1%. 1% would be insane if they could get that. But they will spend a lot of money to maximize the amount of time that you spend on there by 0.1%. That to them is a lot of money. That's an extra ad when you're on there. It doesn't sound like very much on the surface, but it ends up turning out to be a lot of money to them. They do this through a variety of deceitful, unethical psychological manipulation using artificial intelligence algorithms that are designed to isolate you, to to make you feel emotions, happiness, sad, anger, fear, loneliness, in order to isolate you from your peer groups so that your peer group is on social media, so that you will engage in social media more, so that you are watching more ads. When you do this, you are not using competing technologies. This makes Twitter and Facebook not eligible for Section 230 platform protections because part of it is of the platform protections are that you're supposed to be removing content that is considered an obscenity. Obscenities are pornography, abuse of animals, excessively violent content, stuff that just nobody wants to see. Nobody wants to see some dude torturing a bunch of animals or child pornography or pictures of ugly naked people. People just don't want to see that. The Supreme Court, I can't remember the name of the case, but there was this case that was involving a family-friendly website, and that website wanted to censor some of the content, and then somebody posted something that triggered a tort lawsuit from someone. I can't remember if it was copyright, libel, slander, or what. And then the Supreme Court ruled that that family-friendly website did not receive Section 230 platform protections because they were censoring some of the they were moderating some of the content, but not all of it. And once you moderate some of it, then you're like a newspaper. It's as if you in the newspaper just allowed people to post whatever ad they wanted and whatever letter to the editor that they wanted, and then people started posting slander, tort, copyrighted material. The newspaper published it. They had an editor look at it. After the editor looked at it and you published it, now you're liable for the tort offense. That's what Section 230 is all about. So when they do this, what they're doing is they are censoring instead of classifying. So you can classify an account as a fake account, a malicious account, and then that account would not be a person, would not receive any sort of protections because it's unauthorized use of a computer. It can actually be a crime if you're posting fake accounts. Because if you're impersonating people. So what they're doing here in this specific situation is they're targeting allies of Donald Trump because they want to completely discredit Donald Trump. Let's read further in here. President repeated his claims that Twitter is biased against conservatives. They are. They are. Like, for instance, here in my Twitter, let's log out of here and then into RSS commentary. So here, what I got suspended from Twitter today, and it says remove tweet. And then my tweet was, we're talking about Kamala the Snitch Harris. And it says, she's not black. She's half Indian, half Jamaican slave trader. Definitely not black. She's a hoe. She slept her way up to the top of the Democratic Party by cheating with Willie Brown, the married Democrat kingmaker. She's a hussy, a homewrecker, a hoe. So let's go back to that analogy of the family-friendly website that went to the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court said, no, you don't get Section 230 platform protections because you censored this content, but then you didn't moderate everything. Like, you have to moderate absolutely everything, and then you have to ensure that it's not a tort offense in order to, you have to censor everything or nothing. moderate everything or nothing in order to get section platform. Hold on. You wouldn't get, if you're moderating everything, then you're a publisher. You don't get Section 230 platform protections. Just like a newspaper. There's no difference in between a newspaper publishing stuff and a family-friendly website where other people are posting stuff up on there, just like a letter to the editor or putting an ad in the newspaper. So this would be the same thing as the family-friendly. So they're saying, oh, this isn't family-friendly. It's hateful conduct, which is what? Not family-friendly. That's what that says. They want you to, it's not advertiser friendly. And an advertiser cannot put an advertisement up next to your post because it triggered some emotions in some spineless coward, some asshole jerk liberal, and you can't do that. You're not allowed to do that because they're just trying to maximize the amount of money that they're making on ads. So, are they an information categorization service or are they an advertising agency? It seems to me as if they're an advertising agency. It seems to me as if their primary motivation is to put ads in. Their primary motivation is not to categorize information. No, they're here very specifically to make money. In order to do that, you need to get advertising revenue, and then they have a strict guidelines as to who they can give advertising revenue to. And they have a blacklist, too. There's like some blacklist with these people. I'm probably on it already. I've never even interacted with these people ever in my entire life, but these people are like the people up at the top of the ivory tower working up in these big skyscrapers in the big Democrat-run shithole cities. Those punk motherfuckers. The ones that are the dirt bags. The ones that make all kinds of money hand over fist. And they're the rich elite people. Yeah, those ones. Those are the ones who are controlling your speech. So Trump also lashed out at the fake news media, which is the fake news industrial complex, or FNIC, for its coverage of news conference. Twitter users mocked the president for using hashtag #DiaperDawn on Thursday. The hashtag became a trending topic in response to Trump's small desk. Trump also demanded a repeal of Section 230, which shields internet companies from liability for content posted by users. Okay, so what would happen if we got rid of Section 230? All of these social media things would go away. Would that be a good thing or a bad thing? That would be a good thing. So you got to think, these companies are supposed to be like a telephone carrier. Like, it's supposed to be that we're talking to each other via the internet, and these people are like a telephone company. So imagine if you're talking on the phone, and I said, yo, Kamala the Snitch Harris is a hoe, she's a hussy, she's a home wrecker, and she slept her way up to the top of the California Democratic Party with Willie Brown, the Democrat kingmaker, the former mayor of San Francisco. And then all of a sudden Twitter gets on. They're like, oh, that's against our policies. And then they hung up the phone on you. And then they cancel your account. Yo, that's way, way overboard. Way overboard. It's one thing if I'm on your property. If I'm on your property and I'm doing that. But they're trying to say we own all this. They're trying to say we get Section 230 platform protections and we own the copyright on your comments. Anytime you make a post, anytime you post a picture, a video, anything, they got a copyright on it. But then they're not liable for any sort of tort offenses for the copyright that they own. That's BS. They are. If they want to do this, they absolutely need to be held accountable for the damages that they're causing. Not only are they causing psychological damages to people through the AI manipulation, they're causing monetary damages to people through their manipulation using unethical artificial intelligence algorithms that are there to maximize the amount of time that you spend on social media. So that's why we have to take away their Section 230 platform protections, because they're not an information categorization service. They're an advertising agency. They're a publisher of news. They publish news. They publish content. Then they say they have these advanced artificial intelligence algorithms that can detect when you commit a thought crime before you even commit it. And then they want to get Section 230 platform protections. Like, no, absolutely not. These people running these tech companies are trash. Silicon Valley, the whole thing's trash, dude. I say we nuke it and then salt the ground, dude. U.S. government should do it, right? Because they're a threat to our safety. In the end, the red states are going to have to secede from the union. We're going to have to make our own country, because the whole purpose of the Electoral College was to, because the majority of people live in big cities, and that would make it so that the big cities would control the electoral process all the time. So why on earth would any of these rural states want to be a part of a country where they don't have any say in the federal government? It's always going to be LA, New York, San Francisco, Seattle, all running the show all the time. Oh, don't forget Chicago too, Detroit. And they're all Democrat. Like, no, we're out. We're out. We're not going to put up with your BS. We're going to secede from the union. We're going to take the nukes that are on our property, and then we're going to nuke Silicon Valley and salt the earth. That way nobody else will ever have to put up with Silicon Valley ever again. That would be the best thing that we could possibly do for this country, because these people in Silicon Valley are detestable scum. Absolutely detestable. These people absolutely do not deserve to be in control of Silicon Valley at all. They are so far left. These people got homeless, 20 homeless people, or 20 illegal immigrants for every homeless person. You got homeless people all over the streets banging cartel dope, taking shits on the sidewalk. You just be walking down the sidewalk, step on a pile of shit with a hypodermic needle on it, get cholera, hep C, hep A, typhoid fever, black plague, bubonic plague, cholera, or hold on, TB and COVID, because there's some bum coughing while he's banging cartel dope on the side of the ivory tower. That's what it is down there. And then these people flood into my state in Oregon. They just push their transients up in here. And then you got people, these like punk rocker dudes, like homeless downtown with pit bulls, and they sick their pit bulls, and they'll sick their dog on people. They'll have their dog maul people. They'll be banging heroin downtown, pushing all kinds of weird, sketchy drugs, causing people to die that they got from the Mexican cartel. These people suck. California is one gigantic scam. They spent most of the money decades ago, dude. They're running on debt. And because they spent so much money and they gave so much money out to these corrupt public sector employee unions, the people at the top are the tech people, all the people running the companies, and then you got the public employee sector unions. Those are the people making the good money because they got those good pensions. And then they gave them too much money because it was a scam, and the people in the public sector employee unions run that state. They got all the PTA parents. They got their phones, and they pull out the whatever their public sector employee union wants them to vote, and they just vote straight ticket, blue no matter who. And now their economy is so screwed up, they have to jack the taxes up so much that it just jacks up the rent, jacks up the prices, and then their people flood up here and they jack up our rent. They cash out on their house down there. They got like millions of dollars, and they move up here and they buy up property. And then they jack up the price of rent. I'm tired of these people. I really am tired of these California dirtbags pushing their bullshit far leftist policies. And then eventually they're like, oh, white man's bad. White man's bad. This economy, this whole thing's poison, so we got to get rid of capitalism, replace it with communism. These people are a fundamental threat to our democracy. We're going to have to secede from the Union, and we're going to have to give L.A. and all of those counties around there to Mexico and say, look, it's your problem now, bro. You made the problem. You deal with it. Fuck that city. Fuck L.A., dude. Those people suck. The mayor of L.A. sucks. I hate that guy. I really do. All those people down there. And they all act like goody-goodies. Not all those people, sorry. And it's the goody-goodies at fault. And it's because you got a bunch of woke, anti-racist white people trying to get the Latinos to vote for them. So they basically take money from the white feminists, give it to the Latinos to get the blacks to vote for them. That's what they do. Everything like that is a scam down there. If you like this video, don't forget to smash that like button. If you hated it, smash that dislike button. Tell me how stupid I am in the comments down below. Don't forget to share this video on social media if you would like to see this channel grow to get more content, because you know the algorithm is not working in my favor. My mouth is way too big. I cannot avoid the profanities and the burning, scathing insults because I am just so good at that. Thank you very, very much for watching RSS commentary on Friday, November 27th, 2020. And this is one of the first episodes that we've done in a very long time where it didn't spill over into the middle of the night. So I'm happy about that. So I'm going to go in and try to see if I can get man, the D&D thing's over tonight, huh? I screwed up, man. I broke a pinky promise with my son. I'm a bad daddy right now, dude. But you know what? I worked really hard. I worked so long to get this show together tonight. I worked really hard. The cameras were frustrating. Everything's taking forever to do. I'm trying to automate it as much as I can to get as many articles out as I can. Not getting any financial support. This is all done on a volunteer basis. I got kicked out of the ivory tower. I'm a broke Joe staying at my mom's house because I have a kid and I have a business and I'm able to run it from here, which right now, honestly, is a good thing. But I don't get any sort of support. So if you want to make a donation, you can make a donation at rsscommentary.com/donate. Until next time, as I say every time, thank you very much for watching. Farewell, sayonara, aloha, peace be with you, and Godspeed in your journeys.